Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome to. We've made it to Hump Day. Yay! It's only Wednesday. It already feels like it's been a week to me already. We've just been having a lot going on around. It's one of those times when everything can go wrong, and everything that can break down all breaks down or quits working at one time. That's the kind of week or a couple of weeks it's been. But anyway, so this is a wonderful kind of to get away from all that, to stop thinking about that for a little bit, and talk about some true crime in the news lately. It's been a while since we just kind of done a true crime in the news kind of thing, and it's gonna, we can talk about, obviously some true crime. Anything else you guys want to talk about doesn't have to be true crime related. It's kind of a true crime and chill tonight, kind of to relax a little bit. And I apologize for being a little bit late, but I worked late. I got home late. We got supper, and then I forgot to look for all the updates on the Rex Heuermann thing that's going on today. So I had to find the articles and bookmark those. So anyway, I hope everybody has had a good week thus far. Completely lost my throat. Once again, I can't talk as usual. Lost my train of thought. Hope everybody is doing well. So let's see who is here. For anybody that is new here, welcome. Once again, this is True Crime After Dark. We do this usually every other Wednesday and every other Friday, depending on how schedules around here work out. We also do our main live stream is on Monday nights. We do our Missing Person Monday live stream every Monday night. Every once in a while, the Monday live stream gets pushed to a Tuesday, but for the most part, it is every Monday, 8:30 Central. So if you like to come on Monday nights and hang out with us and learn about some missing persons cold cases, share your thoughts, questions, opinions, about cold cases, just to help bring more awareness, please do join us. If you're watching, welcome to everybody in chat. I'm going to get to you guys, and welcome to everybody who is lurking. Welcome to you. If you're watching replay, thank you so much. We love our replay crew. You guys rock. So if you are watching replay, please do leave me a comment down below to let me know that you are replay. All those things, leaving, and even anybody who's here during the live stream in chat, once the live stream ends, you guys go and leave a comment, even if it's just an emoji or whatever, because that does help the algorithm. Liking, commenting, sharing, all excuse me, once again my allergies are acting up. All those things help push this out. The algorithm helps the algorithm, pushes it out to more people. That is the whole reason that we are here, is to bring as much awareness to as many cases as we can, to as many people as possible. Even these cold cases do still need attention. They do. The missing do still have loved ones out there who do still care about them, love them, wonder what happened to them. Want some answers, some closure, some form of closure. Closure is a broad term, but anyway, I feel like I'm babbling tonight. It's been a long day. I was busy at work today. So let's see who is here. Chris is here. Good to see you, sir. Miss Stormy is here. Always good to see you, ma'am. I'm good. Oh, Stormy says, I'm good. Went to see Peter. You got to see Chewbacca's grave. She says, I went to see Peter Mayhew, who's the actor who played Chewbacca's grave. Where is he buried at? I didn't know he was. I knew he was deceased, obviously, but I don't know. Didn't know where he was buried at. That is fantastic. I'm a huge Star Wars obsessed person, so anything to do with Star Wars, mainly the original, what we call the original trilogy, which is actually 4, 5, and 6. Because that's what I grew up on, so. But yeah, that is very cool, Stormy. Oh, I'm gonna have to go check that out. Stormy says she posted a short live and some pics. I'm definitely gonna check that out. Chris says he's doing great. He's been checking in on people. Excellent. Miss Paula's here. Good to see you, ma'am. Stormy says, is there a Skelton Brothers update that I missed? It's probably one that I missed. It's not really an update, but for a while now, I've had the missing Skelton Brothers. I was either going to do a video on them, one of my pre-recorded videos that I upload during the week on there, because it's 3 brothers. Or talk about them in the live stream. I just never got around to it, so I was going to include them tonight as our featured missing cold case for the live stream. But I found out some information that I didn't know, so now it's probably old news to me. Now it may not be old news to you guys, but not really any updates. Unfortunately, they still haven't found, because the boys are presumably deceased. Worst case scenario, of course, we always obviously wish for the best possible outcome, that they are still out there somewhere. And I think even some of the family members at one point thought, had a little bit of hope that they were still out there, but just from things that have been found out through the years, through the course of the investigation, that might not be the case, unfortunately. JP is here. JP and the Forgotten Artist. Always good to see you, sir. Please do check out all these wonderful creators that are in here. Sleuthy, JP, Miss Paula, whoever else is here that I haven't got to yet in chat. Miss Farr is here. Hello, ma'am. How are things down under? I hope you're doing well. And Stormy has been a member for 1 month. She says, thank you, Miss Dawn, for everything you do. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, for everything you do, and for everybody. Thanks to everybody who comes in here and comes to the live streams, watches the pre-recorded videos, likes, shares, comments. I couldn't do it without you guys, obviously. So we get to put give Stormy her moo cow. Oh, let me find it. The moo cow likes to hide from me. There she is. So thank you once again, Miss Stormy, for being a member for 1 month. Very much appreciated. Let's see. Yep, absolutely. Thank you once again. Thanks, Stormy, once again for is it the moon? I think so. Yeah, wasn't there full? I think there was a full moon within, was it this sometime this week, earlier this week? There may have been a full moon, I believe. And I've been trying to keep up with the so apparently the Artemis did make it around the moon safely, and I think they're on their way back to Earth now. So I've been watching a lot of that, trying to keep up with that. Because I find that very, very interesting. I just cannot, my mind I just can't comprehend just cannot comprehend space. I mean, it's just too big, I mean, my mind can't comprehend it. So I just find it so incredible and so fascinating, the things that they do. Yes, Stormy says true crime and chill is my favorite kind of night. Absolutely. Like I said, we're going to talk about, I do have some stories that I wanted to share with you. There has been a few things that are currently going on in the news with true crime that we're going to talk about. But yeah, anything true crime that that you and guys want to talk about, non-true crime, whatever. Like I said, it's just kind of a true crime and chill night. JP says it's been a hell of a week for him. I'm sorry, JP. I'm sorry. We're sending you thoughts, prayers, and good vibes, if that helps. Yes, Miss Paula says it is nice seeing everyone. Oh, I might have to go check it out. Sleuthy said Peter Mayhew is buried in Azle, A-Z-L-E, Azle, Texas. What part of Texas is that in? I might have to check it out at some point. Oh, Stormy even had, that is awesome. Stormy says she had a Star Wars wedding. I'm definitely going to have to go check out those pics. Oh, my goodness. So you must be a Star Wars fan and or your husband or both. Must be Star Wars fans. So Azle, A-Z-L-E. I'll have to look that up and see exactly where in Texas that is, because my dad's family came from Texas. My dad was actually born on Galveston Island, but early part of the year, and then the family moved to Longview, lived there for a while. They had an upholstery shop, their own business, and then at some point they all the family migrated to here in Arkansas. So I'm gonna have to definitely check that out. Paula wants to know who the Skelton brothers are. They are 3 brothers that went missing. Let me go to the right. Hold on. There are 3 brothers that went missing from Morenci, Michigan in 2010. 3 brothers. So we're going to be and like I said, I've had it in my browser or on my list to either do a video about this case or talk about it in the live stream, because I have had several requests to talk about the Skelton brothers. So I thought we'll just add it, and I was going to feature it, like I said, tonight as our featured missing persons cold case for this live stream. And then I came across this information that I wasn't aware of. But yeah, 3 brothers that have been missing since 2010 from Michigan. Yeah, Stormy says, I do believe the Skelton brothers are deceased. It's been too long. Yeah, and just from and kind of the news or whatever that I was not aware of is concerning the dad. I knew that he was always a suspect and that he had been arrested for I think kidnapping and some other things, but apparently not too long ago, I think maybe November of last year, 2025, I think they have actually charged him with homicide, the homicide of the brothers, which I was not aware of. So we'll be talking about that. I did find an article about that. Yeah, we're also going to be talking about Brian Shaffer. It's coming up on in March, I believe, of this year. It's been 20 years since Brian Shaffer disappeared, and Brian Shaffer's case is one that has just, since I was made aware of it, and I think that probably the first time I was made aware of it was I watched some show on ID or A&E or whatever about it, and it's just so bizarre. And I'm one of those that seemingly vanished into thin air. And then I did when I was it popped up in my news feed and a newer news article that I believe in March this year was 20 years that he's been missing. So we're going to kind of go over that. But that is one of those kind of cases that keeps me up at night thinking about what happened, where did he go, where is he at, what happened to him, did he make it out of the bar, whatever he was in, did he, those are the kinds of cases that just drive me nuts, drive me even nuttier than I already am. Yeah, Stormy got her moo cow. Yeah, Farr says regarding the Skelton brothers, I agree. They are no longer with us. They would be in their 20s, I think, and their dad said that they would come back when of age. Yeah, and the dad gave so many stories about supposedly where they were. We'll go over it, but at first he said that because him and his wife were getting a divorce. And apparently I think it was maybe over Thanksgiving weekend or some weekend close to Thanksgiving, he had he had them for the weekend. They were never seen after that. And then he had a multitude of different stories about where they were. First, he said that he met some woman online and met up with her, and this woman had them. And then his other story was something about he gave them to some kind of this religious group, and then something. And I think there's something in there too about the something about some Amish reality TV show that supposedly chimed in about it, or he said something about it. I don't know. Just so yeah, it's pretty much the consensus, unfortunately, that the brothers probably are not with us, and they probably have not been with us since that weekend that they were last seen with him. So Chris says he has the Circleville, Ohio case on my mind. I'll have to look at that. Don't let me forget. You had to give me a little bit more detail. I can look up Circleville, Ohio, I'm sure, but is it like a missing persons case or an unsolved homicide? Stormy says she and her husband are both Star Wars fans. Excellent. The more Star Wars fans, the better. Everyone dressed up. Excellent. Okay, so Azle is in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Excellent. I know exactly where that is at. Yeah. Chris said that me and Stormy are fans of the Mark Hamill ones. Yeah, what is the original trilogy, which for all us Star Wars nerds, we know that the original trilogy is actually the fourth, fifth, and sixth episodes. The trilogy or prequels they did to that were 1, 2, and 3, and then 7, 8, 9 were the ones that came after that. I mean, I don't know. I have not seen the very last one in the last set of trilogies that came out, and really the only one of the prequels that I liked is was it Revenge of the Sith, the one where Anakin turns into Darth Vader, That's my favorite one out of that set of trilogies. I really don't like the other two are okay, but I mean I understand that the prequel trilogy had to, basically set everything up, about what happened before 4, 5, and 6, and yada yada yada. I'm probably going to bore everybody with my boring Star Wars talk. But yeah, and with all the trilogies, the usually the darkest of each trilogy is my favorite because of the original trilogy. The Empire Strikes Back is my favorite. That's probably my favorite out of every one of them, and that's the darkest one out of the original trilogy. And then uh Revenge of the Sith, from the prequel trilogy, is my favorite out of those, and that was the darkest one. So anyway, but Darth Vader has always been my favorite character. Anyway, Darth Vader and Han Solo have always been my favorite characters from Star Wars. So that tells you a little bit of something about me. Attack of the Clones. Yeah, Stormy says I like the original Star Wars. I stopped watching after Clones, Attack of the Clones, or whatever. Yeah, it was called Attack of the Clones. Yeah, like I said, the first, like I said, I understand they had to set everything up, to make. They had to give the prequel what happened before to make the things that happened in 4, 5, and 6 make sense about how we got there in 4, 5, and 6. So I understand it, but yeah, they were a little bit left a little bit to be desired, in my opinion. But I understand the concept. Hey, Mustang, good to see you, my friend. Welcome in. You'll wonder who. I've gotten myself confused. Stormy said, "I'll always wonder where he is." Who are you talking about? Who is he? You'll have to remind me. Thank you. Mustang is getting in links. Appreciate that very much. Did I miss Doodles and Gray? Hold on. Oh, there, I almost did. Hey, Doodles and Gray, good to have you here. Sorry if I missed anybody. Let me go back and make sure I didn't miss anybody else. Let me see. Yeah, the one John, is that the Skelton dad's name, John? Yeah, because when I was reading that article, and it'll mention it in the article that I have to read when we get to that story, to that one. It was Amish in the City or something that he made reference to. I don't know, and I don't know if he meant that either one of the guys from that show had gotten wasn't really mixed up in it, but I don't know. It's a crazy convoluted stories that the dad has given over the years. There's JP's channel link. Stormy agrees with me. She says Empire Strikes Back is the best one. Thank you. Yes, that is the best one in my opinion. It's my favorite out of all of them that they've made. And I'm still trying to get caught up in all the TV series. I think most of them they're on Disney. All the TV series that Disney has done. I'm so behind in those. I started watching The Mandalorian. I'll have to go back and rewatch it. I watched most of the Obi-Wan Kenobi one they did. I think those are the only two that I've watched. And there's so many of them. Are you talking about the Skelton case? Paula says, why are they still investigating the case? I don't know if you're talking about the Skeltons. I don't know that they're actually still investigating it, but I don't think that they have closed it. But I don't know that they are still actively investigating it, because I'll have to when I get to the article. But I know the mother, I can't remember her name right off the top of my head. She had the boys legally deceased or legally declared deceased in around, I forgot the year, maybe 2008, 2009, somewhere around there. we'll get to it. I don't want to be spitting out information that's wrong. Um, but I don't know that they're still actively investigating. Of course, I think the main thing now is, now that they got the father charged, is just, and I don't know that he ever will, tell where they could find the boys to bring them home to be able to give them a proper burial. I think that's the main thing now, is just, finding the boys, bringing them home, because I think, I'm trying not to get all my cases mixed up. I think the mom is still alive. Dad is definitely alive. He's assumably in jail right now. Yeah, Stormy says Brian Shaffer. I always think about him and where he is. I know that one is just so bizarre. Like I said, those are the kind that just keep me up at night. Makes me go down so many rabbit holes about what could have happened. Where is he? What happened to him? Did he leave? Did he leave the bar that night? Anyway, thank you. Doodles and Gray has been a member for 16 months, so over a year, almost a year and a half. Says, you are an awesome human being. No, you are an awesome human being, and I appreciate your support, continued support, so very much. So thank you once again for being a member, and for all my welcome to all the new members. I checked, and I forgot to write down. I was going to give all the members a shout out tonight on the live stream, and I forgot to make my list. But when I looked, I went to the YouTube studio just to see how many members we have, and we have 32 members right now. That is the most members that I've ever had. And most of the members are thanks to everybody who gifts the memberships. Then we do have some, long time members. I'm just so very appreciative of everybody, members, subscribers, just anybody who drops in and watches the live streams, watches the pre-recorded videos. I'm just so very thankful. I never thought that I would, have, I think we're up to 1.5 thousand subscribers. I never even dreamed, the channel just turned 3 years old, I believe, in February. So it's just way exceeded the any expectation I ever had when I started this channel. I'm just so very appreciative of everybody that has been there since the beginning, everybody that finds us along the way and joins the community. I'm just grateful to each and every one of you. Yeah, and the name of that bar kills me. Stormy says, I feel like talking about Brian Shaffer, never left the Ugly Tuna Saloona. That is the best bar name ever. I'm not making light of the situation, but the name of that bar is fantastic. She says, I don't know. So many things could have happened that night. I know. See, now you got me wanting to talk about it right now. Stormy says she hasn't seen any of the Star Wars series, but she does have Disney. I think I made, and I don't know how many seasons they did of Obi-Wan. I think I made it through most of the first season of the Obi-Wan. I think I made it through maybe the first two seasons of The Mandalorian. I'll have to go back and just start from the beginning. It's been so long since I watched it. It's kind of like Stranger Things. I know it's over and done with now, but I started out watching it. I think I watched it for the first. Hold on just a second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I honestly just had the you know what scared out of me. Ooh, so where I see it, I'm facing a window, and I just saw some movement in the window and a face, and it scared the mess out of me. But it's one of our outside cats, and he's a black cat, a pure black cat. It's Smokey, and I thought anyway, everything's fine. It's just the cat. He scared me to death. Hey, Smokey, and I got my window cracked just a little bit. He's never jumped up on the windowsill before. Anyway, it's all right. Everything's fine. Jeez, but that got my heart racing just for a minute. He's still looking at me like, what? Oh, goodness. Anyway, now I forgot what I was talking about. All right, give me some more gray hairs. Hey, UCC, welcome. They say lurking, working on the ladder, and obviously not texting. Be careful. Do not fall off the ladder. We don't need any injuries. But welcome. It's always always good to see you. Oh goodness, my heart's still pounding. That just scared the crap out of me. Anyway, oh goodness. Okay, I definitely will. Chris said, please, told me to please check my Facebook Messenger after the live stream. He sent me a link for the Circleville, Ohio case. I will do that. Thank you so much. There's Junior Johnson. Hello, my friend. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well this fine evening. Always good to see Junior. Junior has been there, one of those that's been there from the beginning. Appreciate him so very much. Let me see. Mustang said, awesome. I've forgotten. You'll have to remind me what was awesome. But thank you. Well, here we go with the gifting. Doodles in Gray gifted one Southern Gal True Crime membership. Thank you so much. And Miss Farr gifted a Southern Gal True Crime membership. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. That is so very kind of you. Once again, you guys can let me know who got the, I can't see them on StreamYard. You guys can let me know who the recipients were and welcome them to the pasture / paddock. Always good to have new members. Yeah, Paula says, congratulations to whoever it is. Okay, so Far says it is Cold Truth Channel, and Big D51. So welcome to our newest members. Thank you. Chris said he told Cold Truth about her membership. Thank you so much. How is she doing? I haven't seen her around in a while. You get caught up and then we will get started. Yeah, Junior says, remember to close the window before you go to bed. But I leave it cracked open because it's so not, the weather is nice here. It's nice and cool. There's a cool breeze blowing. But yeah, that just scared the crap out of me. I think he's still sitting up there. I see his little face. Yeah, I see him moving. He never jumps up on my window. Now, he'll jump up in the kitchen windowsills outside. But he's never jumped up here, so I don't know. Maybe since I have the window cracked, he could hear me talking. Anyway, now I have dreams, and that's one of my biggest fears is turning to looking out a window when it's dark and seeing somebody looking back in at me. That just that's just one of my biggest fears. That and I can't stand being in total darkness. That scares the mess out of me. I mean, I can sit and watch horror movies and watch true crime stuff 24/7. Doesn't bother me at all. But then it's like these little things that scare me. People looking at me through the window, total darkness, Mr. Steve's creepy freaking mannequins. Anyway, Susie says she freaking loves the moo cow. Absolutely. Yeah, I haven't seen Miss Mill in a while either. Hope she is doing okay. Hey, Mark, good to see you. Always good to see you here. All right, I think I'm caught up. So, what have I brought up my slideshow? We'll get started, but make sure I have the right. Oh, I have to get right to back to the right article. I try to bookmark my articles in order, so I won't get even more confused than I am normally. So this one came up the other day in my Google News feed. DNA identifies Alabama woman found deceased nearly 50 years ago in a California ravine. So me and genetic genealogy, and then finding these, finding missing persons, 40, 50, 60 years, and being able to identify them, it just never ceases to amaze me. So this one article came up, and it is from April. I think it came up yesterday. Yeah, April 7th. And this is so she disappeared from Alabama, Opelika, Alabama, and her remains are found in California. So the Opelika Police Department is sharing new information in a decades-old cold case just days after California law enforcement identified the body of a woman who was reported missing from Lee County, which is in Alabama, in 1980. Recent DNA testing has identified the body found in Palm Desert, California on February 18th, 1980 as Victoria Jean Hargrove, who was a woman from Opelika, Alabama. California authorities are investigating Hargrove's death as a homicide. So that's interesting. Not in a good way interesting, just interesting. But they have not determined her specific COD. For 46 years, the body was simply listed as Riverside County Jane Doe 1980. Then in 2024, California's Regional Cold Case Homicide Team exhumed the remains for genetic DNA testing, which ultimately led to Hargrove's family members. According to OPD, which is the Opelika PD, Hargrove was last seen on January 28th, 1980, when she told her family that she was leaving town and would call when she reached her destination. So I haven't researched this case a lot, and really there's not a whole lot to find on this aside from just these new articles that came out when they identified her. I don't know if her destination was California, if she was, heading to California or heading somewhere else in between Alabama and California, and then something happened, because being as they are investigating it as a homicide. I don't know if her ultimate destination was California, or if something happened, whatever happened to her, and then whoever did whatever they did to her just decided to dump her in California. So Hargrove never called to let her family know that she'd reached her destination, and she was officially reported missing days later on February 4th, and she was just 29 years old at the time that she went missing. Riverside County Jane Doe, as she was known before she was identified, was discovered by hikers in the California ravine on February 18th, less than 3 weeks after she was last seen. So February 18th of, was it 1980? Yeah, 1980. So they found her remains less than 3 weeks after she was last seen. So Opelika investigators at the time they opened a missing persons case found that Hargrove was recently divorced and possibly in a relationship with a former co-worker. So keep that in mind. And apparently this unidentified co-worker was also reported missing shortly after, I keep wanting to call her Kathleen, that's not her name, Victoria. Do I have her right name? Oh my gosh, my mind is not working. Yeah, Victoria. So we have this unidentified coworker that was also reported missing shortly after Victoria was. Now, I think he eventually turned up or not. So he eventually turned up. So he returned to Alabama that August. So about 5 months after, he did return to Alabama. And at the time, Hargrove, Victoria's red 1978 Datsun B210 was recovered at a hotel in Las Vegas, according to the OPD. So then when the car was found, that is when Victoria's ex-husband was then notified. So now there are witnesses that said that the co-worker that she was allegedly possibly having a relationship with was seen driving the car, but Victoria was not with him when these witnesses saw this mysterious co-worker driving the car. So according to OPD, the co-worker initially denied leaving town with Vicky or being in possession of her car, but he later changed his statement. Investigators noted that he later told them that Vicky had given him the car as repayment for a loan. So just please let me know what you guys, what y'all's thoughts are on that. So he did also admit to driving the car west, but he claimed that he abandoned it in Las Vegas after realizing he did not have the proper paperwork to transfer ownership. So you just abandon the car? So why would he? So he would have had to get ownership, the title, assumably from Vicky. So did he not make any, unless he knew that she wasn't around anymore, did he not even attempt to try to find Vicky and say, hey, I need the title to the car so we can transfer the ownership to me? Just a question, just food for thought. So Opelika PD has turned over all of its case files to the Riverside County, California Sheriff's Office, Regional Cold Case Homicide Team, and they are asking anyone with information in the case to contact the Riverside County Sheriff's Office at 951-955-0070, or you can email cold case unit at rivcoda.org, or you can contact the Opelika, Alabama Police Department at 334-705-5220. So I definitely have questions regarding maybe not so much the husband, but this mysterious co-worker that she possibly allegedly could have been having this affair with. His story's changed. He was seen driving the car with her not in it, with Victoria not in it. The story's changed about why he had the car. First he said he didn't have it, then he said, oh yeah, I drove it west. Then I abandoned it in this hotel in Las Vegas because I didn't have the papers to transfer ownership. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but that is just me. But yeah, it is the good part of this is that she has been identified after 50 years, and like I said, it just never ceases to amaze me what they can do with DNA in these old cases. Let me see. Get into your comments for a second. I forgot to mark where I was. Okay, there's where Mark came in. I know I was there. Doodles and Gray says, dang, they traveled with her a long way. Yeah, so she called her parents, and said said she was, let me go back to the article. She, let me get down to the right place. So she was last seen on January 28th, 1980, when she told her family that she was leaving town and would call when she reached her destination. So apparently when she called her parents, she did not mention if she was going alone or if she was going with somebody, possibly this coworker that she might have been having an affair with. Were they planning on going to California? I don't know. Or were they planning to go to Las Vegas? Las Vegas is mentioned a couple times. Were they just going to go to Las Vegas? Something happened. And then whoever did it, I'm not blaming anybody. I just, like I said, I just have questions about this coworker. Just decided to take her remains on to California and hide them there. It's just, yeah, lots and lots of questions. Most definitely. Chris said who are the Caps? Caps won 4-0. Paula wants to know if they have any suspects, not that they have named publicly. Like I said, my biggest question is regarding the co-worker. Once again, he was seen driving her car. His stories changed numerous times. Definitely have questions. Are you talking about hockey? Chris said the Caps won 4-0 over the Leafs. Yeah, Mustang's got red flags. Doodles and Gray has red flags. Stormy, yep, Stormy's got eyeballs. Let's see. Yes, Chris, I was talking about your sports score update. I'm trying to figure out what sport you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. Junior says sounds like BS. In all honesty, like I said, we everybody absolutely is innocent until proven guilty, but I call BS on all the stories that the coworker was given. I don't, Mark said that is good news that she has been ID'd. Absolutely. Mustang agrees with Junior, calling BS. I do too. I have questions. I have questions. All right. Sorry. Almost got choked on my ice. All right. So next, this is another one that's been in the news a lot lately. Lots of conspiracy theories and rabbit holes concerning this one. This is General McCasland that went missing, and apparently I've got an article or a couple of articles, or an article and a video. So one side of me, the conspiracy theory side of me goes down many rabbit holes with this one of what, because he was involved with, he at one time worked at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. He was involved with the UFO UAP stuff that the government may or may not, we can neither confirm nor deny, as they say, working on the UFO UAP things that the government does, their programs. But then again, the other side of me says, maybe it could have been he just, because he did have some health problems apparently. But please do let me know in comments what you guys that have been keeping up with this one think. What are your thoughts on this one? Because there are definitely everybody has some that has been looking into it or following it, has very definite opinions one way or the other. But it is sad regardless. He is missing. Let me see if I can make this big enough to read and they have had a silver alert out for him. So this is William Neal McCasland. He is 68 years old, 5 foot 11 inches tall, 160 pounds, with blue eyes and white hair. The Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office is looking for assistance from the public and looking for 68-year-old William Neal McCasland. I believe he was a general, I believe. So he was last seen on February 27th of 2026 at approximately 11 a.m. in the area of a Quail Run Court Northeast. Unknown clothing description and unknown direction of travel. Due to his medical issues, law enforcement is concerned for his safety. I believe this is in California. So if you do have any information, you can text the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office at 847-411, or you can call the Missing Persons Unit at 505-468-7070. Did I miss somebody? Hold on. You are saying hello to Butterfly Kisses. Did I miss Butterfly Kisses? I apologize if I did. I might not have gone down. Oh, there they are. Hello, Butterfly Kiss. Butterfly Kiss. Oh, I miss Doodle too. Hey, Butterfly Kisses. Our Doodle Bug is here. Welcome, welcome. I guess I didn't go down far enough. You know me. So welcome, Doodle. Welcome, Butterfly Kisses. Good to have you guys here. And let me make sure I didn't miss anybody else. Yeah, Doodlebug says this one is wild. He wasn't gone 3 hours, and his wife is like, oh nope, he wants to be gone. Yeah, and I think in the video that I'm gonna show, it does have part, I don't know if it's all of it, but it does have part of her 911, his wife's 911 call. And I don't know, I've listened to a lot of 911 calls just from watching ID channel shows and whatever. And I don't know, just something, I don't know. And like I said, I'm not saying she didn't care, didn't have, or had anything to do with anything, but it's just, and I understand everybody handles these kind of situations differently. But I don't know, it just came off as kind of strange. It maybe not really strange, but maybe like she was expecting something like this. And we'll get into it, but I think maybe she kind of alludes to the fact that maybe he wanted to go away, and I'm trying to see how to go away and not come back. Maybe the case is, that she thinks, and like I said, the reasonable part of me, or not the reasonable, but the side that's not the conspiracy theory side, says, maybe this is just a case of, he was older in age, he had health problems, he had made statements that he was just tired, so it could very well be a case of self-harm, possibly. But yeah, to me, the wife's 911 call, just, I don't know, something's just a little off. But like I said, it may be because maybe it didn't surprise her. Maybe, like I said, she was expecting it. Maybe. Now the other cats are up on the. Why are all the cats on my windowsill? Hold on one second. Let me make sure Biscuit didn't get outside. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to make sure that one of our inside, that Biscuit, who is not an outside cat anymore, didn't get out. I don't know why all our outside cats, which we have four of them, are farm cats. They're all gathered on my windowsill. Maybe they're trying to tell me something. Maybe they're trying to tell me that the UFOs are coming. I don't know. Because we do have an outside cat dog that is black and gray, just like Biscuit is. And Biscuit is an escape artist. Every time the door opens, he tries to get out. Anyway, back to business. Goodness gracious. So yeah, this General McCasland's case is very, very strange. Okay, I lost my place. A bunch of comments popped up. Let me see. Yeah, Doodlebug says, "Beam me up, Scotty." Yep. Hey, Avery, good to see you. She says, "Don't panic, everyone. I'm here. Good to see you, Avery. We are glad you're here. It's been a free for all tonight so far. I've had cats scaring me. They're all gathered on my windowsill for some reason, which they never do." They're trying to tell me something. I don't know. Maybe it's the full moon. I don't know. Or I guess it's not full anymore, but it's still pretty bright. Anyway, Doodlebug says she was incognito. Were you in burrito, as Beavis and Butthead would say? Yeah, Doodle says 3 hours. I'm still freaking out. He's been gone for 3 hours. Doodles and Gray says, did they search for him? Yes, they have done a search. Doodlebug says, but if she thinks he just ran off, why file a report? That is true. Doodlebug says red flag city for her. Stormy says, I've seen cases like that, and unfortunately, sometimes these people are found underwater years or decades later. They drove in. Such a sad way to go. Absolutely. Yeah, I thought Biscuit escaped. Biscuit says, I'm out of here. I have things to do. Yeah. Yeah, Doodle. Biscuit has always got something going on. I'm telling you. Okay, I think I'm caught up again. So first, let me read the article, and then I've got I gotta get the article loaded again, and then I've got a video. I think it's from News Nation. I think I don't show a whole lot of videos because I'm always worried about getting a copyright strike, but I think it was Doodlebug actually that told me News Nation is usually pretty safe. And I know on Dave's live streams, he uses a lot of News Nation stuff, true crime stuff. But anyway, this article is also from News Nation. It's from yesterday, April 7th. It says search for retired Air Force general could end grimly, according to ex-FBI agent. Newly disclosed information about the disappearance of retired Air Force, he's a Major General, William Neil McCasland, does not bode well for the safe return of the 68-year-old, a former FBI special agent suggests. Audio of the 911 call his spouse, Susan Wilkerson, made to emergency dispatchers on February 27th recently shed light on the circumstances of McCasland's leaving his Albuquerque, New Mexico home on foot with a sidearm. So apparently he did not take his glasses, which he always wears. Apparently, he did not take his phone. He did not take. I guess he had one of those smart watches with the tracking on it, GPS tracking. He did not take it. Apparently, all he took was at least a firearm and maybe I can't remember what else. But didn't take phone, glasses, watch, nothing. So his wife said, quote, I have some indication that he must have planned not to be found. She also cited medical problems that he had been experiencing. Jennifer Coffindaffer, News Nation Law and Justice contributor, notes that McCasland reportedly did not take his wallet, phone, tracking device, which was the watch, or even his glasses. She told News Nation Prime on Saturday, quote, "I truly believe he left in this situation not to be found again," end quote. Based on the known facts, Coffindaffer said that she doesn't put much stock into speculation that McCasland was targeted because of his past involvement with secret government programs that may have included UFOs and UAPs, or unidentified anomalous phenomena. And I think maybe in the video, I'm trying to get too ahead of myself. In the video, according to his wife, or what his wife has said, was that, when she started hearing these theories that, the whoever the powers that be may have taken him out because of all the stuff that he knew about the UFO and UAP things, But according to the wife, now according to her, she says that he really didn't have any special information. Now, it could have been that maybe he did have it, that he just couldn't even tell his wife, or he may not have. And she said, even if he did have information, it was at least, 10 to 15 years old, and it really, really wouldn't be relevant nowadays. So, I think it's Coffindaffer says, quote, he left seemingly completely on his own accord. As I said, he took a firearm with him. He did not take his glasses. And I think that was because he knew he would not need them, end quote. His wife told a 911 dispatcher in audio obtained by the Law and Crime Network, quote, "My husband is missing. It's been about 3 hours, and I have some indication that he must have planned not to be found. I think he is on foot. All of our cars and bicycles are in the garage," end quote. So Wilkerson, his wife, told the dispatcher that she had left for a doctor's appointment, and she returned about an hour later to find her husband gone. She noted that his phone was turned off and left behind. So not only was it left behind, it was also turned off, which she explained, quote, "seems kind of deliberate because he always had his phone," end quote. Authorities have said that they believe that a firearm, holster, wallet, and hiking boots were missing from the house. So he took his ID with it, or a wallet that presumably had his ID with it, in it. A firearm, a holster, and hiking boots. Wilkerson explained that her husband had never done anything remotely like it before, and she said he does not generally carry a weapon. She did know that he had been, quote, saying if his brain and body keep deteriorating, he does not want to live like that, end quote. So that's where the other side of me says maybe a case of self-harm. She added, quote, "It seemed to me that was just a, man, I hate how this is going kind of thing, because I told him, yes, you do. Yes, you do." And I'm assuming when she said that, he said if this is the way my brain and body's going to deteriorate, he doesn't want to live like that. And she told him, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Obviously she doesn't want anything to happen to her husband. In contrast, investigative journalist Rolf Coulthert has leaned into the idea that McCasland may have met with foul play because of the trove of sensitive information that he required over the course of his career. He says the retired Major General was considered an advocate for sharing UAP information with the public. Divulging classified knowledge has long been seen as a dangerous move for former government employees or contractors. And they also said, I've also heard it mentioned that apparently, a lot of people, the conspiracy theorists, or I hate to call them conspiracy theorists because us conspiracy theorists, things that we have been saying have been conspiracies for a long, long time are now being proven true. So I'll just say the people who will lean to the side that he may have been taken out by powers that be did say that it was kind of a coincidence or convenient that he disappeared, because I think the president was going to release or declassify some new UFO documents or something of that nature. And then, a few days before these documents were supposed to be declassified and released, General McCasland disappeared. So that's another thing they point to. So Merrick, I'm going to picture this name, Merrick von Rennenkamp, who worked in the State Department during the Obama administration, says that insiders who have weighed disclosing information about UAPs have felt pressure to keep quiet or face potential harm. And I can't remember. I'm trying to remember the name of the channel, but I did go down some rabbit holes on the conspiracy theory side of this, the UFO side, theory side. And I think maybe the name of the channel is Oompa Land. Anyway, it's a guy that does kind of conspiracy videos and things of that nature. But there have been several scientists that worked either with McCasland or in the same facilities that he worked at that have also either disappeared or come up unalived, in very strange circumstances. It's things that make you go, maybe there is something to it. So he said McCasland's stature and the level of the secrets that he had access to prior to his separation from government makes this extremely concerning, end quote. So McCasland retired from the service in 2013. During his tenure in the Air Force, he oversaw classified space programs, and he was head of research at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base near Dayton, Ohio. That facility has long been rumored to house fragments of extraterrestrial debris from Roswell, New Mexico. So yeah, anybody who's into UFOs and aliens, you definitely heard of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So Coulthard said, quote, the fact that General Neil McCasland has disappeared off the face of the earth is a grave national security crisis for the United States of America. This is a man with some of the most sensitive secrets of the United States in his head, end quote. The various theories don't bring much comfort to some of McCasland's friends. Sherman McCorkle told News Nation, quote, I'm just totally mystified. I have no understanding whatsoever how you can walk out of your front door and vanish. Nothing makes any sense, end quote. The Albuquerque tech developer said that he first met the personable McCasland in the early 2000s when the officer ran a space vehicles program at Kirtland Air Force Base. He said many were impressed by McCasland's intelligence. McCorkle said, quote, if there was a room full of people, everybody would gravitate toward him, end quote. McCasland is one of several scientists or defense personnel linked with sensitive scientific fields who recently have died or gone missing. That's what I was talking about. McCorkle says that he is not sure what to make of that. He said, quote, my goodness, you couldn't make up a story like that, could you? End quote. So yeah, I'm trying to, and once again, I think the name of the channel is like Oompa Land or something. But I will find, after the live stream, I will find the latest video that he's done. Or I don't know I know he's done at least one video on McCasland where he talks about, goes into detail about these other scientists and things and that have gone missing. Also, I'll put a link to it on my community tab. So if you're interested, please do watch it. All right, so like I said, I do have a video. First, let me check your comments really quickly again, and I have a video. It's about 5 or 6 minutes long, and it is an interview with I think this Jennifer Coffin Daffer is on it, and then some other guy that has that that has some thoughts on the conspiracy side, or the UFO UAP side. Right. I keep forgetting to mark where I left off. There's Miss Mel. Miss Mel says, hello, everyone. Thank you for the membership, Doodles in Gray. It's good to see Miss Mel. Cold Truth here. Haven't seen you in a while, ma'am. I hope you're doing good. We missed you. I've missed you. Good to see you here. Stormy says, I use News Nation stuff. If it's a video, I just pause every once in a while. Yeah, and give commentary. Yep. Hey, Taylor. Good to see you, ma'am. Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you back. Yeah, I believe he was 68. Let me make sure. I have to make it bigger on my screen. Yeah, 68 years old. Thank you. Mustang is getting in links. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Stormy's got her eyeballs going again. Oh, goodness. Okay, so I'm caught up. So I'm going to play. Let me take this down. I'm going to play the video right quick. I think it's about 5 or 6 minutes long. Chris said, yeah, Chris says, I don't trust Coffin Daffer. Yeah, I don't watch her a whole lot. Just if she happens, if I'm watching something about a true crime case and she happens to pop up, I'll still watch the interview, but she's not one of my go-tos for information. All right, I'm going to play the video and then I will be right back.
This is April. How may I help you?
Hi, April. My name is Susan Wilkerson. My husband is missing.
Okay.
And it's been about 3 hours, and I have some indication that he must have planned not to be found. He's left his phone. He changed his clothes into I don't know what.
Yeah, you just heard that. There's some indication that he must have planned not to be found. That's what's said in this newly released audio clip from retired Air Force Major General William Neil McCasland's wife after he vanished without leaving a trace, leaving behind widespread speculation about what could have happened. And why is this speculation? Because of retired Major General's potential background in classified information. He oversaw classified space weapons programs. He was the head of research at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, a major attraction for those who follow UFOs, with theories that the base houses extraterrestrial proof in a restricted area known as Hangar 18, or the Blue Room. Now, his wife posting online that she wanted to clear up misconceptions about her husband, insisting that he does not have any special knowledge on the subject of aliens. He was once hacked by the Russians, with News Nation's Ross Coulthard tracking down public records showing that he was part of an email thread saying UAP and alien files could have been released by now.
He was involved in abortive attempts prior to the Hillary Clinton-Donald Trump election campaign in 2016 to negotiate with John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, about, believe it or not, UAP transparency. There was a discussion underway in which General McCasland was involved. It's a matter of public record now that his emails were part of emails being circulated where it was being discussed that Hillary Clinton, as president, would be making a disclosure about UAPs.
And for more, we are joined by Jennifer Coffin Daffer, former FBI special agent and News Nation Law and Justice.
Sorry, I forgot to turn on my mic. I don't know. And it's probably most likely that he did not tell his wife. He probably couldn't. But I just don't see how, if he worked in the UFO, UAB, or UAP program for 13, 14 years, he had to have some kind of information, probably classified information. I don't know. He had to have had, in my opinion.
Justice contributor Jennifer, good to see you. Now, his wife posting online that she wanted to clear up
prior to the Hillary Clinton-Donald Trump election campaign in 2016 to negotiate with John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, about, believe it or not, UAP transparency. There was a discussion underway in which General McCasland was involved. It's a matter of public record now that his emails were part of emails being circulated where it was being discussed that Hillary Clinton, as president, would be making a disclosure about UAPs.
And for more, we are joined by Jennifer Coffendorfer, former FBI special agent and News Nation Law and Justice contributor. Jennifer, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us on this case.
Great to see you, Natasha.
I want to hear your thoughts on the situation. There are so many theories out there. There's so much speculation because of his background in classified information, because he was hacked by the Russians before. What are your initial thoughts on this case?
Well, when you look at this case, I like to look at the facts. And the facts are that when he departed, he left without his glasses. These were prescription glasses that he wore every day, every video, every photograph, we see him in these glasses. He also left behind his cellular device and his tracking device, in other words, his GPS watch. But what did he take with him, Natasha? He took a .38 caliber gun and he took his identification. He knew these hills inside and out. When I look at that, his age and also some of the physical situation he was dealing with, I truly believe he left in this situation not to be found again.
Since he vanished, people have focused a lot on any potential UAP history. We hear his wife disputing, saying that he doesn't have any special knowledge on UFOs, that any information he even does have would be old at this point. Let's take a quick moment to listen. This is News Nation's Ross Coulthard saying that there should be concern. Let's listen.
Well, certainly his wife made the point that there's been no change in his security clearance since 2013. But what that obscures is that since he left the service of the US Air Force, he's been working with a private military contractor that has been directly involved in particle beam technology research. It's very common for people like the general, very senior military officers with extensive knowledge from their military service, to go into private service. And he's been very heavily involved in secret programs that are part of special access programs with the US and intelligence departments, which frankly are still ongoing.
He went missing after President Trump said he would release government files on aliens and UFOs. Is there any reason why a person who perhaps has classified information would be under any sort of threat if that information will soon be made public?
I don't believe so at all, Natasha. It's been 13 years, and while I understand he does hold a position in private industry that intersects in some ways with the intelligence community, but nevertheless, no one took him, I do not believe, based on the facts and circumstances we know. He left seemingly completely on his own accord. As I said, he took his a gun with him. He didn't take his glasses, and I think that was because he knew he would not need them.
Yeah, tell me more about that. Does your mind go to foul play here, or do you believe that he left under his own free will and volition?
I think under his free will and volition, he was struggling. If you listen to the end of that call, his wife specifically says he was struggling with issues with his health that were very serious. And he said, and this is a quote from her, that he didn't want to go on living with those types of conditions if they continued. And I think that is very important takeaway, at least for me. Why
do you think that investigators are not clearly looking into that at this point? They're saying that at this point, everything is on the table, and they have not flagged that this is likely the sad end that you're describing.
You know, I think it's very important that they keep an open mind to any possibility, but you can look at even their measures that they're taking, Natasha, these search measures, the dogs, the drones, and so forth in these Sandia Hills that he liked to hike at. He was a prolific hiker. And when you look at all of that, it turns toward them looking for him to be found in those areas. And I think he will, Natasha.
Jennifer Coffentoffer, always appreciate the insight into.
All right, so some very interesting comments there. And I think I'm about to lose. Oh, there it goes. All right, so I'm gonna start working off my phone again. I lost StreamYard on my computer. Anyway, I don't know. Like I said, the conspiracy side of me says, yeah, maybe, and I don't know. I'm trying to decide which more I lean to. The conspiracy side, that something did happen to him due to his involvement with the UFO program, and with all these other scientists and other people that have mysteriously gone missing, or had some kind of mysterious, passed away in some kind of mysterious, maybe not, not so kosher way. Because actually, in Josh the Posh on his live stream Sunday, he was featuring the case of Melissa Cassius, and she was also, I think, maybe worked at one of the places that General McCasland worked, and her name has also been brought up by some people as maybe being, in this, involved in the same kind of, and she mysteriously went missing or left of her own accord. So it's very, very interesting. But her cases, and this was just a few months ago, about 6 months ago, that she went missing. So I don't know, just lots of things to think about. Most definitely. Let me see if this is going to work again. I got it to come back up on my computer, but I know I saw Miss Peggy. There she is. Miss Peggy says, hey, Dalton and everyone, jumping in quick to say hi. On phone with my younger sister. She has some really bad health issues, and doctors can't figure out what is wrong. I'm so sorry to hear that, Miss Peggy. We send our thoughts, prayers, and good vibes to her and to the family. I hope they can figure out what is wrong with her soon, and that she starts feeling better. But it's good. Thank you for dropping in. Absolutely. Let me see. Stormy says, oh wow, he either disappeared or someone made him disappear. Either way, I want to know why and what he knows. Exactly. I know, like I said, when I kind of stopped the video there, like I said, his wife said, now once again, if he did know, he had to have known, in my opinion, he had to have known, working that long, 13, 14 years, however long it was, in this program, the UFO program, whatever you want to call it, he had knowledge of things, possibly classified things, and evidently, if it's classified, he's definitely not going to be able to tell his wife. So, he had to, he knew something. Chris said he doesn't believe in aliens. See, I'm the kind that, I have an open mind, but I'm not gonna, the same with because I'm I'm into the interest in the paranormal and stuff. But it's when I'm the kind that I'm not gonna 100% believe it unless I see it for myself. I'm not, so I'm not saying that there could be or there couldn't be. I just, I have personally never seen an alien or a UFO or a ghost. And now that's not to say that I've had some weird things happen, but, so I don't know. But then, and I am a person of faith, so I would say, well, and it goes back to, I said earlier that my mind just can't comprehend the immensity of the space and all the other galaxies and planets and stars that are out there. And I've heard some people say, how it would be kind of arrogant of us humans to believe that we are the only living creatures in this whole vast, universe. So I don't know. There might be there has to be something out there somewhere. Mark, I thought that was a really good point. Mark said, I believe aliens are really fallen angels and demons. See, I have heard that theory also from more than one person. Absolutely, that aliens are fallen angels and demons. Absolutely. I'm trying to think of the channel that I watch. I can't even. I'm have trouble remembering channel names sometimes. But yes, I've definitely heard many, obviously people of faith that have said that. What are you talking about? Paula says, is this year? Are you talking about McCasland when he went missing? Yes, it was just February 27th of 26. Yep. You talking about Coffin Daffer? Stormy says you don't have to like her, but she's got pretty hair. Yeah, she does have some good hair. I agree. Avery says that is so sad. Absolutely. I know I saw some people that snuck in. I think did I say hi to Taylor? I think I did, but if I didn't, hello again. Yes, Stormy says, release the files. I know. Because, the government has had Project Blue Book since forever and a day. And like I said earlier, it's kind of a coincidence, in my opinion, just my conspiracy side talking, that McCasland disappeared just a few days before they were going to release some of the UFO files. So it's something to think about. Yep. Doodles and Gray says, I do not believe anyone took him. I think he went on his own with his weapon. See, that's what the other side of me says. Because he left behind his phone, his watch with the tracking device, his glasses. The only thing he took apparently was the firearm, his wallet with his ID, and hiking boots. So, but then going back to the conspiracy side, I've heard, well, everybody always goes back to like the mind control thing. Did somebody mind control him to make him go out there and take himself out? So like I said, there's just all sorts of theories and conspiracies with this one. But like I said, at any rate, and we're by no means making light of him being missing. When we're talking about all these theories and stuff, it is very sad. Regardless of what happened to him, if he, left on his own, or if something nefarious happened, it's just still very sad. And I hope they do find him one way or another. Stormy says to her, it sounds like he left on his own, in my opinion, as well. Yeah. There's Christina Streif. We're seeing everybody that haven't been in here in a while. Hello, ma'am. Good to see you. She's been a member for 17 months. She says, just stopping by to say hi and send love. Love right back to you, ma'am. I hope you're doing well. Do you still have your channel? I know Christina had a channel because Christina used to go. She may still was one of the ones that went out, and she's the smart girl. She's like a scientist or something. That went out and helped Mr. Steve when they were out on the road doing cases. Oh, I gotta give Christina her moo cow before I forget. Oh, the moo cow's hiding again. Thank you once again, Christina, for your continued support and for dropping in to say hi. It is good to see you. Yeah, that is true. Stormy says they need to search other biking areas, not just the ones that he was known to go. Yeah, and if it is the case that he was going out there to do harm to himself, he maybe he didn't want to be found. Maybe he wanted to go out there, do the thing and then just not be found. I don't know. So yeah, they do need, and I think they did. The video said they have done a pretty extensive search with the helicopters and drones and cadaver dogs and things of that nature. Hey Julie, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Let's see. What do you not talked about yet? Taylor says, see, that's why I have not talked about it yet. Yeah, the wife Doodles and Gray says, like she said, any info he had would have been old. Yeah, but even if it was old, doesn't necessarily mean that it wouldn't have been important still. I mean, because to get new information, to make new advancements, you have to rely on the old information and old advancements. So old advancements, old information, in my opinion, would still be important. Let me see. See, that's that part that Stormy says, I don't believe in aliens, but I don't not believe in aliens. See, that's what I'm saying. It's not that I 100% believe or not believe either way, but like I said, I'm the kind that I'm not going to 100% discount it or believe it until I see it with my own eyes. That's just the way I've always been about anything and everything. I have to see it for my own eyes. Which files? The UFO files, the UFO UAP files. And I wonder if they're still going to release the files. I don't even know what exact date that they were supposed to release some files, some alien files. Now, see, now I want to go watch the X Files. It's been forever since I watched any X Files. Of course, back in the day when it was on, my brothers watched it pretty much religiously. I watched it. I watched most of them. I don't. At some point, I have seen all the episodes probably at least once. But now my brothers are the kind that sit and watched it. When it was on TV, they wouldn't miss an episode. I don't know if you're talking to me or Paula says, how long have you been watching Star Trek? I haven't watched Star Trek in forever. You probably weren't talking to me, but now our dad loves Star Trek. So I have seen lots and lots of Star Trek episodes back in the day. Yeah, Doodles told Avery, please share your tinfoil hats. Oh, hold on. I've got some, let me find it. Where'd my tinfoil hats go? Oh, why can't I cannot find anything tonight. No, I want pictures. Oh, here we go. There's some tinfoil hats. Oh goodness, I love that picture. So there's our tinfoil hats for the night. I love Signs. This is from, for anybody who hasn't seen it, this is from the movie Signs. I love that movie. We actually went to see it in the movie theater. Oh, I love it. So there's our tinfoil hats. Oh, we also got our Mr. Steve signal. We can throw up there. May work, it may not work. All right. We get caught up in comments so we can move on here. Yeah, Stormy says X Files is good. Yeah, I like the X Files. Yeah. Oh, Avery says, I don't know about aliens, but I do believe in chupacabras. We must watch the same shows. I love anything cryptid, anything to do with cryptids, chupacabras, Bigfoot. I can get into some cryptid conspiracy theories too. Is it on Hulu? Oh, I can watch it. Stormy said X-Files is on Hulu. Ooh, I may know what my next binge watch is going to be. Doodles and Grace's Signs is one of my all-time favorites. I know, and it is so funny because my baby brother, and my future baby and sister-in-law, when they were still dating before they got married, went to see it in the theater. And at the time, my baby brother worked at night, and my mom worked at night, just when she's still working at the rice mill. And so my baby sister-in-law would come out here, so neither one of us had to be by ourselves at night, because I don't like being by myself at night. And so, like, the night, or maybe it was the night the night after we went to see it, my brother had to work that night. My mom had to work that night, so it was just me and my sister-in-law in the house. I was sleeping in my bedroom. She was sleeping in my brother's bedroom. And we didn't say anything to each other at the time, but the next morning, or when we got up, we both said, I did not sleep a wink last night because that movie creeped us out so much. I'm like, I wish we would have said something to each other. We could have just came, holed up in one of the bedrooms and watched TV or a video all night until the sun came up. Oh goodness. And I've watched Signs a million times, and every time I watched it not too long ago, as a matter of fact, again, and parts of it still creep me out. Oh goodness. Doodles and Grace says, I love chupacabras, learned all about them on Scooby-Doo. Hey, I learned it. Maybe that's why part of my fascination for like weird stuff and paranormal is watching Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo is probably my favorite cartoon of all time. Mustang, don't be dropping your phone. Mustang says she was trying to post a link and drop the phone. Man, I've been dropping my phone a lot lately. And I really do need a new phone, but I can't. I have to pay off this one. I only have maybe one or two more payments on the plan. Then I can get me a new phone. So I can't afford to be breaking it before I get a new one. Thank you. I can't talk. Once again, Unearthed Secrets. That is Miss Christina's channel. Thank you, Mustang, for getting that in. Stormy says we are both going to binge watch X-Files. You're fine, Mustang. You're fine. Taylor says, hey, Southern Gal. I have a case that fell in my lap today. Mom reached out to me, asked me to cover her son's case. He was unalived, and the name of the guy is it Sack Smith? Absolutely. I can take a look at it. I can do a video of it or something. Just give me the name, the state, anything that I can look up on the Google machine. I'll be more than happy to do a video or something of it. I have not. Avery says, have y'all been watching Love Story, the JFK Jr. story? I've not watched it yet. I plan on watching it at some point. And I forgot what it was. I know it's streaming or on the service that I do have. At some point I do plan. Now I've heard, I think it's one of those that people who've watched it either love it or they hate it. There's really not a lot of in between on it. But the Kennedys have always fascinated me. All the way from, JFK to RFK and to RFK Jr. and Carolyn Bassett and that whole thing. Doodles and Grace says, I've watched Signs so many times. I know. It's one of my go-to comfort movies, although it does freak me out. I have go-to movies, like if, because my DVR is full of things that I've recorded, or, DVR to binge watch TV shows. But just, I know I'm not the only one. I can't be the only one that's like this. I'll go to the DVR, can't find anything I'm in the mood to watch. I'll go to my streaming services, can't find anything that I haven't watched that I'm in the mood to watch. So I always go back to some of my like go-to movies, and Signs is one of my go-to movies to watch if I can't find if I'm being finicky and can't find anything new that I haven't seen that I want to watch. Signs is one of them. Twister is one of them. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. Where the Heart is one of them. Titanic, if I have spare 3 hours or so to watch. Yeah, so I have certain go-to movies that I just put on and watch when I can't find anything else that I'm in the mood to watch. Paula says she loves Scooby. Absolutely. Doodles and Grace says Scooby is the best. Absolutely. Avery says the JFK or JFK Jr. story is good. I'm gonna have to watch it. Okay, Zach Smith. Okay, what state is it? And I will definitely take a look at it. Zach Smith. It's on Hulu, the JFK Jr. story. All right, I have Hulu. I can watch it. She says she dropped her phone, Stormy. Mustang says she dropped her phone when she was trying to do something. Yeah, I have seen that and heard that. Avery said the lady who plays Carolyn is perfect. Yeah, she does look a lot like her. Now, as far as her acting abilities and mannerisms, once again, I haven't watched it yet. But yeah, that's what I've heard is that, and I don't even know who the actress is who plays her. Yeah, Mustang says, I got rid of Hulu because they forced you to pay for Disney. Yeah, and with we have Verizon cell service, and they do, and I'm sure other phone services do the same thing with other streaming services. But they offered a package for really cheap. We get Hulu, Disney, which now Disney bought Hulu, so now it's all one thing. So we get Hulu, Disney, and HBO Max, I believe, and ESPN Plus in a bundle for very, very cheap, and they just add it on to our phone bill every month because I pay for half the phone bill for mine and my mom's cell phones, and then my baby brother pays the other half of the phone bill for his and my nephew's phone. So that's the only reason I have all these streaming services. And then I do pay for we also do have Netflix that my nephew pays for, or my brother pays for. And then I pay for Paramount Plus. But yeah, just the prices on all these streaming services are just getting ridiculous. Taylor says, I have 2 cases I'm helping with. Excellent. Which cases are those? Is the Zach Smith one of them? Doodles and Gray says the Gray is one I've watched over and over. I don't know if I've seen that one. Texas, is that where Zach Smith case is in Texas? Okay. Yep, he did. Avery said she didn't know JFK Jr. dated Daryl Hannah. Yep, he did. He did. I was just watching something. Maybe I was watching something that was talking about the series that's on right now, and they mentioned that JFK had dated Daryl Hannah. Oh, Doodles, are you talking about it jumped. Are you talking about JFK and Daryl Hannah? Doodles and Gray said yes, it was a whole shite show. The cats are still up on scratching at my window. I'm telling you, maybe there's a chupacabra outside my window because the cats outside are going crazy. Ooh, I'm definitely gonna watch it if Liam Neeson is in it. Doodles and Grace says you got to watch The Grey with Liam Neeson. Hey, I will watch anything with Liam Neeson. I would watch Liam Neeson read the phone book. I love Liam Neeson. Yeah, Miss Paula said she knew. I guess you're talking about you knew that Daryl Hannah JFK Jr. dated Daryl Hannah. Chris said he knew. I knew, but I might have forgotten. My God, the cats are driving me nuts. Quit scratching on my window. Sorry, I'm yelling into the microphone. I apologize. Now, Doc. I do have a cat named Doc. Always reminds me of Z and Doc on Trojans United. And we don't have a female cat inside, and Smokey and Doc are Toms. They're males, so I don't know why they're scratching at the window. What are you doing, Doc? I don't know why they're doing that. Anyway. Thank you, Stormy. Stormy says she's going to bed. Have a good night, everyone. Yeah, I think Stormy is an early riser. Thank you, Stormy, for dropping in. It's always good to have you here. Ivory says, if it's a chupacabra, you better suit up and grab torches. Oh, goodness. Now, no, I hope the coyotes aren't out there, because I know the other night we heard the coyotes howling out in the field, or we heard some out in the field in front of the house, and then we heard some out in the woods behind the house. So the coyotes are out. Hold on. Okay, I lost the comment. Is he dated Madonna too? I didn't know that. I said, well, if y'all knew, did you know he dated Madonna? Boy, he got around. Kind of like his daddy. I didn't say that. No, I didn't know he dated Madonna. Are you leaving too, JP? JP says good night too. Thank you, JP, for dropping in. Please do check out JP. He's been putting out some fantastic rocking stuff lately. So go over there, give it a listen, give it a like, give it a share. Do what you can. It's always I'm always glad to have JP in here. Let me see. Yeah, Stormy says she's up at 6 a.m. for no good reason. I don't think there's any good reason to be up at 6 o'clock in the morning, but I'm not a morning person. So Avery said he dated Madonna in the late 80s. Yes, so this says she's up at 6 a.m. in the morning with too much energy. Taylor says good night, y'all. I don't know if Taylor's going or just saying good night to everybody else. Yeah, it could be. Well, I haven't. Yeah, Doodles and Grace said it could be the cats trying to get away from the coyotes. It could be. I haven't heard the coyotes tonight, but now that's not to say. And plus, we do have another kind of stray Tom that they may be hiding from him, because you know how tomcats are. They fight for territory. Because living out here on the farm, POS people like to come out here and dump their animals, mostly cats. But we do the best to take care of them. We provide them with food, water, and some shelter outside. So, but I don't know what they're doing. They've never come up on my windowsill before. It's kind of freaking me out a little bit. Yeah, Miss Peggy says all the Kennedys got around a bit. That is a fact. That is a fact. There has always been, and I read something, I was watching something about the Kennedys here not too long ago, and everybody's always talking about the Kennedy curse, the supposed Kennedy curse, because you had, what happened to JFK, what happened to RFK, what happened to Junior, and what happened to what was the Ted? Was that the older one, the uncle with the Chappaquiddick thing? And whoever was on this TV show I was watching said it's not so much that it's a curse, it's just kind of, the Kennedys have kind of brought it on themselves. And I think maybe even Joe, the dad, was into stuff, So not, maybe not really a curse, but they just kind of, with their actions, kind of, brought it upon themselves. Yeah, Miss Peggy says the cats want in. They don't want to be coyote food. Oh, no. They won't be. They've got plenty of places to hide. They've got plenty of shelter out there to go into to hide. I did not know that. I knew it's probably based on on one of the big tornadoes, but Chris says regarding Twister, did you know that the original Twister, which they did do a reboot, I have not watched it. Did you know that the original movie is based on the Hayesville, Andover, Kansas Twister? I did not know that. I'm obviously familiar with the Hayesville, Andover, Kansas Twister. Another thing, I'm terrified of tornadoes, but they fascinate me. So, anytime they have what they call one of the big ones that does a lot of damage that hits big cities, like the Andover one. Yeah, very familiar with it. You had the one here a few years ago that hit El Reno, was Oklahoma. That one killed some professional storm chasers. Tim Samaras and his son and their driver actually killed them. I hope not, Paula. Paula says, is there a chance that someone is outside? I hope not. That's why I freaked out when I first heard it, and I said, hold on a minute. I don't think so. I don't know. I haven't heard anybody. But it just is weird that they chose my windowsill. And I don't know about Smokey, but Doc is still up there. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. Yeah, Avery says, but the Kennedys are so interesting. Absolutely. They call them what, the American closest thing to royalty that we have in America. Yeah, Doodles and Grace says, woohoo, Kansas. Yeah, and it's that time of year. I think here in Arkansas this weekend and maybe the first of next week, we may have some pretty bad storms, including possibility of naders. Yeah, the cats be catting, Avery said. Okay, I think I'm caught up. Let me mark there and see what we've got. Well, why wouldn't it let me? There we go. See what we've got next. So I played the video, so I think that's all I had on McCasland. So let's see what we have next. Oh, so next we have Rex Heuermann apparently has pled guilty. I think I had a couple of articles. Has pled guilty to 7. So this is from CBS News. They've kind of been doing updates all day. So Rex Heuermann evidently pleaded guilty Wednesday to taking the lives of 7 women between 1993 and 2011, and he admitted to an 8th that he was not charged with. And I believe that was Karen Vergata. In a series of homicides that came to be known as the Gilgo Beach serial unalivings. So Rex Heuermann, 62. He was arrested in 2023 for the homicides of Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. He was later charged with the homicides of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Sandra Castilla, Jessica Taylor, and Valerie Mack. And then he pleaded guilty Wednesday, today, whatever today is, the 8th, April 8th, 2026, to the unalivings of all 7 of them. And he also admitted guilt in the killing of an eighth victim, Karen Vergata. And I think she was was she the one that was known as Fire Island Jane Doe until they finally got her identified, or am I thinking about a different one? So FBI profiler on how Huerman went unnoticed for so long. So Rex Huerman lived a seemingly normal life in Nassau County. Former FBI profiler Mary Ellen O'Toole said, quote, "My experience with serial sexual offenders, which is what Rex is, they take the lives for SA purposes or for sexual purposes. They are aroused by their behavior, but there are some like Rex who live what is called a pro-social life. They have a job, they have a family, basically a double life. They appear to do everything the right way. Those individuals tend to go for a much longer time without being detected or identified," end quote. That's not the case for every serial offender. O'Toole went on to say, quote, "You compare that with other serial SA offenders who don't live a pro-social life. So they may be out committing other crimes and they come to the attention of law enforcement much more quickly," end quote. O'Toole went on to talk about the psychopathic nature of serial SA offenders. She said, quote, "Psychopathic individuals, it's all about them. With psychopathic individuals, it's all about them. They don't think about their victims. They can come and they can cry in front of you and seem like they're sad. They can even say that they're concerned about their family. They are not. They are concerned about one person, and that is them." Absolutely. She goes on to say, "If he decided to go ahead and plead, it was for his own personal reasons, but it should not be confused with him caring about the victims or even caring about his family. It's all about Rex," end quote. Yeah, so I think when this first started coming out, yesterday or day before, whenever, because there have been rumors, I think, for about the past, week or so, that there's a possibility that he was going to plead guilty. And I think I read somewhere that maybe, I don't know if he said it, but it was said that maybe his lawyer said that the reason he was pleading guilty was because he felt sorry for the victims' families. He felt sorry for his family. He didn't want to put them through a trial, the victim's family and his own family through the trial and blah, blah, blah. And I immediately called BS. I'm like, no, he, in my opinion, I'm not a professional. I'm not making a diagnosis, but in my opinion, he's, gives out as psychopath, narcissist. It's like the Mary Ellen O'Toole said, it's all about him. He doesn't care about the victims' families, his own family. Is all about him. So I don't know. In my opinion, once again, and I don't know, does New York have the DP? I'm assuming they do, but I'm not sure. So the only reason I could think that he would, because he seems to me like the type that would want a trial just for his own ego. And maybe the reason that he's going to plead guilty is maybe they came to him with some kind of deal, or maybe his lawyers went to them and said, "Hey, if he pleads guilty, will you take the DP off the table?" And I'm not aware if the DP was even on the table or not. I mean, I can't see any other reason why he, maybe I'm missing something. It's been a while since I've kept up with this case, but I mean, that's the only reason I can see why he would plead guilty. I don't know. There may be another reason, but in my opinion, it is not his conscience getting to him and him feeling bad for the families. I call BS on that part. So former Suffolk County Police Commissioner Geraldine Hart says what an important day today was, just some measure of accountability for these families who never gave up. Talking about the victims' families. She said, quote, "These families deserved answers and they deserve some sort of closure. And my hope is that they got it today." Hart said that she got involved in the case after working at the FBI. She said, quote, "There is rarely a case that is worked successfully without all of the partners rowing in the same direction," end quote. Hart said, an investigator finding a witness description of a green avalanche that Huerman was allegedly driving was a key point in the case. Yeah, that was kind of what broke the case and led them. One of the pieces of the puzzle that finally led them to Rexy. So Hart goes on to say, quote, "People talk about a large investigation. Complex investigations like this is finding a needle in a haystack. But what it really is a puzzle. And you put together all these pieces over the years, and then it's just that one piece that you need to finish the picture. And that was really miraculous on their part," end quote. So the next one they had was case against Huerman was what they call, quote, "insurmountable," according to an expert. So why change his plea now after denying any involvement for years? Attorney Richard Schoenstein said, quote, "We will never know for sure why he did it any more than we will know for sure why he did these crimes in the first place, which is impossible to understand. It could have been because the case was insurmountable. The way the case played out, some of the developments in the legal proceedings, I don't think he had any shot at an acquittal at all," end quote. I don't know. That's maybe true, probably true, but I just still think that even if, and this is once again just my opinion, even if he thought that, yeah, there's no way in hell that I'm going to get off, to me, in my opinion, his ego. He wants to be, and I don't know if cameras would have been allowed in the courtroom. Maybe if somebody knows New York court system, how they work, can let me know. It's just ego, in my opinion. I think that he would have went through with it just because of his ego, especially if it would have been televised or had cameras in the courtroom. Schoenstein said that Huerman may have been trying to keep some of the details from being revealed to his family. He said the judge's decision to try all 7 murders at the same time and to allow the new DNA evidence in the trial made the case insurmountable. Schoenstein said, while technology certainly helped crack the case, he said, quote, "A lot of it is good old-fashioned footwork by dedicated people doing their job, tracking down clues. So hopefully the technology makes that easier, but you still need the people committed to finding the evidence," end quote. So the next part, this is a big day. Former Suffolk County Police Commissioner Rodney Harrison said, quote, "It is a very, very rewarding moment from the rank and file in the Suffolk County Police Department, the investigators that really were able to bring this case home. This is a big day, not just for the families, but for the rank and file in Suffolk County," end quote. Despite this being a big day, the work is not done. So is it the same person? So Police Commissioner Harrison said, quote, "The truth of the matter is that the investigation is not done. You've just got to take a look at the time frame between 1993 to 2010, 8 bodies connected to him. Are those the only bodies that are out there? In my opinion, there's more. Are there other bodies in Long Island or maybe even the state of New York that may be connected to him? So he is a calculating unaliver. The way he was able to dismember bodies and put them in different locations, be it Fire Island, be it Ocean Parkway, be it out in the North Sea," end quote. Harrison said that the task force needs to continue or perhaps even expand. I agree. I think Mr. Steve has even said this before, that when it's all said and done, and we may not know all all the victims, but I do think that there are more out there, and that when it's said and done, Heuermann maybe go down as one of the most prolific serial offenders in history, because he did have a lot of connections to a lot of different states. So yeah, I think he has, and just my opinion, that he has. There are a lot out there. So the next part is, why change the verdict now? CBS News New York's Carolyn Gusoff and Jennifer McLogan have been covering the Gilgo Beach case for years. Gusoff asked McLogan if she ever thought Heuermann would ever plead guilty, and what might have changed his mind. And McLogan said, quote, "He is so full of himself, as we discussed before. I can't imagine he's doing this to spare the victims' families, although that is what he is purporting is his reason." So he actually did say that. I call BS still. McLogan goes on to say, quote, "Perhaps he is sick of being in solitary confinement and wants to get into a real prison," end quote. Gusoff pointed out that he is kept in solitary confinement in Suffolk County Jail. And McLogan added, quote, "Also his daughter and his ex-wife, maybe he wanted to spare them." I'll call BS on that too. But now the sad part is that the victims' families won't be able to hear him publicly acknowledge and confess, end quote. So I guess part of the deal, if there was a deal made, I don't know that there was that he doesn't have to allocute. I don't know. So Gusoff recalled the diabolical details that Heuermann wrote in his so-called blueprint. Gusoff said, quote, "Maybe he really didn't want some of these details revealed," end quote. So Tierney says trial would have been a tough forum for victims' families. Well, yeah. So Tierney said that he felt great about the guilty pleas because it would make life easier on the families of the victims. Now, I do agree with that. At least the families don't have to go through that whole agony of the trial. But then again, they may, as hard as it would have been, may have wanted to hear just to hear it come out of his mouth, or, well, probably not out of his mouth. I don't know that he would have testified. Maybe as some sort of their healing process or their closure process. I don't know. So Tierney says, quote, "This is a tough forum for victims. The protections extend to the defendant. It's a process that's tough on victims." So yeah, a lot of times, unfortunately, the offender is more protected than the victims' families are. So Tierney goes on to say, so to go through an extensive trial would have been difficult for the families. So we are glad that we are able to spare the families of that, and that's what we are most happy with, end quote. So it says, so Maureen Brainerd Barnes' sister, Melissa Kahn, said, quote, "To every family out there still searching, still waiting, still holding on, please do not give up hope. Even when it feels impossible, even when the years pass and the silence grows heavy, keep going. Your loved one matters. They are not forgotten, and one day answers can come," end quote. Absolutely. She grew emotional as she shared her message to her late sister. She says, quote, "Finally, to Maureen, the promise I made to you so long ago was simple. I would never stop searching for justice for you. Through every year, every setback, every unanswered question, I carried you with me. And I kept that promise. And today it has been done. Justice has finally found its way to you. Your voice was never silenced, your story never forgotten, and your life will always mean more than the tragedy that took you. This moment is not the end, but a reminder that love endures, truth prevails, and hope never fades. Because even in the darkest moments, justice will find its way," end quote. Beautifully said. Oh, that just brings me to tears. So the next part, the guilty plea brings solace. So Maureen's sister, Melissa, goes on to say, quote, finally, a sense of relief. The guilty plea brings solace, and I would like to thank everyone who had a part in that fight for justice. Today is not about the person responsible. Today is about the women's lives who were stolen. It's about their voices, their futures, and their families, the love that still surrounds them. They are the reason that we are here, end quote. Absolutely. So attorney Gloria Allred represents a number of family members of the victims. Allred said, quote, some of these victims were young mothers just trying to earn a little extra money to support their children, because many did not have funds to go to college or get a decent job that would help them to provide adequate support for their children. They turned to sex work in order to support their families. It wasn't what they wanted to do, but it's what they felt forced to do because they had no meaningful alternatives, end quote. Oh, man. So Suffolk County Police Commissioner Kevin Catalina added or said, quote, the calm, serene, almost grandfatherly image that Rex Heuermann portrayed since his arrest was a lie, and quite frankly, an insult to law enforcement, and more importantly, the families that had to endure that during every court appearance during the last 2.5 years. Today, he was exposed for exactly what he is, a sadistic, soulless, murderous monster. And thankfully, everybody today got to see that, end quote. Man, this just keeps going on and on and on. There's been lots of updates. So this article is the CBS News article. It is linked. No, it's not. I will link it in the description box. You can go on and read. It just has updates. This is going back into the older updates. I do want to read this. It says, why the difference in charges for the killings? So Tierney explained that Heuermann pleaded guilty to 3 first degree homicide charges for Bartholomew, Waterman, and Costello, and 4 second-degree homicide charges for the other victims. So why the difference in the charges? It says the timing of Bartholomew, Waterman, and Costello's killings. Tierney said, quote, all of those 3 individuals were taken within 18 months between July of 2009 and September of 2010. That enabled us the proximity of those homicides to charge those 3 homicide 1 counts. So I don't understand any of that, but so yeah, at least just the family now can get some start or continue their so I had another article, a shorter article. Yeah, so the families can, continue their healing process. So let me see if this article will come up. Something about how him pleading guilty could lead to maybe the solving of some other crimes. Once again, if it'll come up, let me check your comments while I'm waiting. Let's see. Are you doing that for good old Rexy? Oh yeah, Avery says, oh, he's allowed the FBI to study him. I'm telling you. Narcissist. See, I'm going to have to find the press conference. Miss Peggy says, I watched the presser and Heuermann in court today. See, I was at work today, apparently, when it was on. Because I think I left for work even before, because I think he was supposed to be in court at 11. I don't know if it was 11 Central Time or 11 Eastern Time. So I think I was already at work. So I'm gonna have to go find that and watch it. Absolutely, Mustang says, please do all the things. Yes, absolutely. Paula said Dave covers this case on his channel. Yes, he does. Hey, Nicole, good to see you, ma'am. Glad you could make it. Mustang says that's probably why he made the deal. See, I'm still wondering if New York has the DP and maybe either I don't know, probably his if that was the case that they wanted the DP off the table, maybe his attorneys went to the prosecution and said, "Hey, he'll confess if you take the DP off the table and just give him." And I don't even know what he got. Is he gonna have they even said? Have they had the sentencing yet? I'm assuming hopefully it's going to be life in prison without parole. Mustang says he was smirking throughout the whole hearing. Oh, that didn't surprise me. That does not surprise me at all. Yeah, Nicole says he is a disgusting monster. You are correct. Oh, so New York does not have the DP. So see, now that makes me even more why did he? Because I just just my opinion, once again I am calling BS on the whole reason he says he didn't want to put the victims' families through a trial. He didn't want to put his family through a trial and blah blah blah. I don't buy that. I'm not buying that one bit. So if they don't have the DP, I'm wondering now why, or maybe I don't know. Or maybe his attorneys, his defense attorneys said, "Hey, there's no way in God's green earth that you're going to win. So let's just plead guilty, get it over with, spare the taxpayers some money, whatever, and just plead guilty and be done with it." I don't know. I'm very confused now. Nicole says I'm still need to watch the hearing. I missed it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find it and watch it. Let me see if this article ever came up. Yes, it did. So this is from the New York Times. It is from it was updated today. Gilgo Beach offenders' unusual deal could help solve other homicides. So it says Rex Heuermann agreed. Maybe that was part of the deal. I don't know. So Rex Heuermann agreed to talk to behavioral analysis at the FBI when he pleaded guilty. The unit has interviewed Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and Richard Speck. So when Rex Heuermann pleaded guilty on Wednesday to taking the lives of 8 women, he did more than admit that he was the Gilgo Beach offender. He also took a step that could help investigators hunt down others with similarly violent minds. Raymond Tierney, the Suffolk County District Attorney, said at a news conference that the plea agreement called for Mr. Heuermann to be interviewed by the FBI's BAU, Behavioral Analysis Unit, about his, quote, his motivation and his background, end quote. Mr. Tierney said, describing the interviews as said it's sort of an academic exercise, describing the interviews as clinical rather than investigative in nature. Referring to the FBI analyst in comments to several reporters after the news conference, he added, quote, they're going to hopefully gain insight into the things that created him, that drove him, what causes this, end quote. Because they're psychopaths. Oh, don't put me behind a... Oh, man. Don't put me behind a paywall. No, man, it put me behind the paywall. Let me see if it'll let me read some more. The FBI declined to comment on Mr. Human's plea agreement, but said in the statement that the Bureau's, quote, researchers and analysts routinely conduct interviews with incarcerated offenders, including individuals convicted of serial homicide, to deepen the FBI's understanding of violent criminal behavior, end quote. That Mr. Human agreed to be interviewed by FBI analysts as part of the plea. So that was part of the plea agreement, was that he had to talk, or he was going to talk to the FBI. They said that it is a bit unusual, according to Greg O. McCrary, who is a retired special supervisory agent with the Bureau, who spent 10 years with the BAU. See, now I'm going to have to go binge watch some Criminal Minds, because that's what that was the BAU. I love that show. Anyway, it's put me behind the paywall again. It says it is not uncommon for analysts to interview serial offenders and other violent criminals for insights into why they do what they do, according to Mr. McCrary. But now the unit has a database filled with the results of hundreds of such interviews. He added the likes of Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, Richard Speck are among those who apparently have talked. So that's all it's going to let me read. But that, you get the gist of it. So yeah, he's going to, part of the plea agreement apparently was that he is going to talk to the BAU to get some insight into why he does what he does. What are his motivations? And a lot of times it comes down to, they just do it because it makes them feel good. It's fun. Because that's, and I know a lot of it goes deeper than that, but I mean, if you get down to the very core of it, they do it because they like to do it. They want to do it. It's fun. It makes them feel good. It gives them a sense of pleasure one way or the other. An adrenaline rush, whatever. It, goes back to that. And this is just my opinion. I'm by no means a professional. It just goes back to that base animal instinct that humans have. That's just my 2 cents. Why does my chat look smaller? I think I messed something up. Anyway, yeah, that exactly. Nicole says, yes, that is BS, him not wanting to put people through a trial. He was torturing a victim's little sister. Yeah, he called one of them because he kept one of, I can't remember which one it was. He kept her phone and called the sister numerous times to torture her with these phone calls. He was torturing a victim's little sister, calling her and taunting her. And yeah, exactly. Nicole says, I would like to know his motive too. I'm telling you, it comes down to just, it made him feel good. He liked to do it. He wanted to do it. He has no, my opinion, once again, no conscience, no empathy, no nothing. Just blank behind the eyes. Yeah, Miss Paula says she loves Criminal. Oh, I know. That's one of my favorite TV shows. Yeah, I hate it when, because some of these articles, when I'm looking at them on some sites, and it's usually like the local newspaper sites for whatever state it's in, it will let you read an article maybe once or twice, and then, or let you read part of it, and then it's like, hey, to read the rest of it, you got to pay. And I'm like, no, I can't. Yeah, that's true. Nicole says, next thing you know, Catherine Ramsland will be talking to him too. Yeah. Yeah, she gonna have to get into it. All right, so I think that's how we'll keep our eye on it, see if anything else comes up with good old Rexy here. Let's see what we got next. So next we have the Skelton Brothers. Oh no, what have I got popping up? It's got to be something on my computer. Okay, So to start out with, I'm going to use the Charlie Project information for the basic information for the disappearance of the Skelton brothers. So Alexander, Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner Skelton all went missing on November 26, 2010 from Morenci, Michigan. So their mother, Tanya Lynn Zuber Skelton, had filed for divorce from their father, John Russell Skelton, in September 10th, and she had custody of the boys. John took them for a court-ordered visitation over Thanksgiving and never returned them. The last time anyone besides John saw them was at around 5 p.m. on November 25th, the day before their disappearances were reported. John stated that he gave them. So this is his first story. John stated that he gave the boys to a woman named Joanne Taylor, whom he had met on the internet several years before, and asked her to return them to the mother. I don't know what reasoning he would have for that, unless he just didn't want to have, see the mom again. So he said he did this because he planned. Okay, so yeah, I forgot about this part. So trigger warning. Oh, I should put my little, before we go any further, just for the next few minutes, just a trigger warning. It does involve little ones, tender age little ones, and some other things that might be triggering for some people. So if you need to step away for a few minutes, absolutely understand, absolutely do so. All right, so the reason he gave the reason that he gave that for giving the boys to Joanne to take back to their mother was because he planned to take himself out, commit self-harm, and he did not want the boys to see it. He stated that Joanne was married to a pastor named Mark, who drove a white or silver minivan and lived in either Hillsdale, Michigan, or Jackson County, Michigan. For somebody that he supposedly, and I don't believe his story at all, just my opinions. Yeah. So for somebody he claimed to know for several years, he knew apparently that she was married to a pastor named Mark. He didn't know which vehicle she drove. He didn't know she either lived in Hillsdale, Michigan, or Jackson County, Michigan. So he didn't know a whole lot about her. So John attempted to, how can I put this, to stretch himself out with a rope. We'll just put it that way. Later that day, but he actually survived, and he was hospitalized first at a general hospital and then at a psychiatric facility in Ohio. So authorities did issue an Amber Alert for the Skelton brothers, but they could find no sign of them and no indication that this Joanne Taylor even existed. Police said that they believed the boys were in grave danger. They said they believe that John's story about Joanne was fictitious and something else caused the boys' disappearances. Investigators stated they were investigating the disappearances as homicides, and John was the prime suspect. They said that John's blue Dodge Caravan was on the Ohio Turnpike along the Michigan-Ohio border between 4 and 7 a.m. on November 26th, and asked anyone who saw it to come forward. So immediately following John's release from the hospital, he was arrested and jailed. He was put under self-harm watch. He was eventually extradited to Michigan and charged with 3 counts of felony parental kidnapping, 3 counts of kidnapping, and 3 counts of false imprisonment. So at a court hearing in December of 2010, he changed his story, saying that his sons were in the care of, quote, an organization, which he at first refused to name. He later said that this organization was called United Foster Outreach and Underground Sanctuaries. So that doesn't sound cult-like at all. Once again, I don't believe that this organization exists, just my opinion. And also the police believe that no such group existed or exists. Tanya and John married in 2002. The family was active with the United Methodist Church in Morency. John also had one adult daughter, and Tanya has two daughters from their previous marriages. In mid-September of 2010, he withdrew Andrew and Alexander from school and moved to Florida without Tanya, either moved or went to Florida without Tanya's permission. He told their school that they were going on vacation, but he also implied that they would not return and that the school might need to forward the children's records. So Tanya had to go to Florida and have the authorities there force John, under threat of arrest, to take the boys back to Michigan. After they got back, Tanya filed for divorce. She said that she only did it to secure custody and prevent John from taking the boys out of the area again, and that she and John were in counseling with hopes of a reconciliation. The children had been visiting John on a regular basis with no reported problems up until this point. John had previously worked as a long-haul truck driver, but in 2009, he was fired after he was convicted of drunk driving, and he had been unemployed ever since. So the parents were in the middle of a bitter custody battle. You can hear now Biscuit and Tigger are apparently fighting out there somewhere. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Had to try to calm down the cats. Anyway, lost my place. So John and the mother, I forgot her name, Tanya. John and Tanya were in the middle of a bitter custody battle. Tanya was at one time a registered SO. She pleaded guilty to misdemeanor fourth-degree criminal SA conduct against a 14-year-old neighbor boy in 1998 when she was 32 years old. In response to her divorce filing, John had asked the court to sever her parental rights based on her SA offender status. The judge refused to do so. After the children disappeared, John said that he had feared Tanya was abusing their boys, but investigators can find no evidence of this alleged abuse. Tanya said that when she went to their former family home where John was living at the time of the disappearances, many items inside the house had been destroyed. So then in July of 2011, John took a plea deal with prosecutors and pleaded no contest to 3 counts of false imprisonment. The kidnapping charges were dropped. He could have faced life in prison if convicted of the original charges. Instead, he was sentenced to 10 to 15 years in prison, which they said was a term that exceeds the state sentencing guidelines, so they weren't playing around. John has stated that his children are still alive, but will never be returned as long as their mother has custody of them. So then in March of 2025, a judge declared that the brothers to be legally deceased as of 5 years after they went missing. In November of that year, just 2 weeks before he was due to be released from prison, John was charged with 3 counts of open homicide and 3 counts of tampering with evidence in his son's cases. So Alexander, Andrew, and Tanner all attended Morency Elementary School at the time of their disappearance. Alexander was in 3rd grade, Andrew was in 1st grade, and Tanner was in kindergarten. Their bodies have never been found, and foul play is suspected in their case due to the circumstances involved. So that is just horrible, obviously. But if you do, so basically, like I said, now it's, and I'm going to read an article about the father finally being charged with homicide. But so now it's basically, hopefully one of these days, the hope is that they can find the boys' remains and bring them home. To bring them home, give them a proper burial. But if you do have any information, you can call the Morton Police Department at 517-458-7104. All right, so let me find the article with the okay. So this is from A&E TV, A&E website. And it is from, when is it from? February of 2026. 10 years after the Skelton brothers went missing, their dad, John Skelton, was charged with homicide. So it says in November 2025, authorities charged Skelton with 3 counts of open homicide and tampering with evidence in the case of his sons, Andrew, Alexander Tanner, who were declared legally deceased in March of 2025. So an underground group, a woman named Joanne Taylor, an ex-Amish reality television star, John Skelton, gave multiple explanations about who had his 3 sons. The boys, Andrew 9, Alexander 7, and Tanner 5, were last seen on November 25th, 2010, while visiting their father, John Skelton, for Thanksgiving. In 2011, Skelton pleaded no contest to unlawful imprisonment. Skelton has repeatedly refused to reveal what happened to his sons or their whereabouts, presumably to avoid upgraded charges stemming from their deaths. In November of 2025, mere weeks before, so he was about to be released from prison on these other charges, these kidnapping charges. And then all this, then thankfully, that's when they charged him with these homicides. So he did not, as far as I know, get out of prison. So in November 2025, mere weeks before his release from prison, Lenawee, I'm unsure how to pronounce that. I apologize. Lenawee County prosecutors charged Skelton with his missing son's homicides. The mother, Tanya, told A&E Crime Investigation a month before Skelton was charged, quote, "There really isn't anything to say. It's been 15 years, still no answers, and nothing new to discuss," end quote. In June of 2024, Tanya filed to have the boys declared legally deceased. She told the court, quote, "Their father showed them no respect. I shouldn't even say their father. John Skelton showed them no respect," end quote. So the brothers' bodies have never been found, making it more difficult to build a case against their dad. So I went over the situation, what happened. So they had they were having the custody battle. He had them for the weekend. He said he told the school that he was going to go to Florida. He was filing for custody supposedly because of the mom's SO status. She, in 1998, once again, she had pled guilty to having relations with a 14-year-old boy who worked for her and her husband's on their rental properties. So she wrote in the divorce motion that she was seeking custody because John was a long-haul truck driver who would be away for extended periods of time. So we went through all this. So, authorities did search throughout Michigan and Ohio for Alexander, Tanner, and Andrew as their father underwent mental health treatment in Ohio. He was still in treatment when police charged him with parental kidnapping. At that time, Skelton claimed that the boys were in this underground sanctuary, which he said was at a farm on the Ohio-Indiana border. He said this was to ensure their safety. Despite not naming the purported organization, state police stated in a probable cause affidavit that they extensively investigated the underground sanctuary and determined that it did not exist. Surprise, surprise. Detectives used phone data to provide a fragmented timeline of Skelton's movements when his sons vanished. According to state police, phone records placed Skelton in Morency, Michigan, early on November 26, 2010. His phone reportedly later pinged in Ohio, roughly 20 miles from his home, before it was shut off. 2 hours and 15 minutes later, his phone turned back on, but when it turned back on, it was back in Morency. It remains unclear what happened during those 2 hours, but the probable cause affidavit from November 2025 stated that when the phone was turned off, that's when he took the boys' lives, or he took the boys' lives at an unknown location sometime between November 25th and 26th of 2010. Former New York City Lieutenant Michael Gould told A&E Crime Investigation, quote, "The only next step to reinvigorate this investigation is to try to find these children's bodies in the area where the cell phone stopped pinging," end quote. See what else it goes into. So days into their investigation, law enforcement publicized that Skelton was not being forthcoming or honest about what happened to his sons. On November 30th of 2010, Morency Police Chief Larry Weeks told People that he did not expect a positive outcome in the case, noting they were certainly skeptical about any stories or information that Skelton provided. Years into his prison sentence, Skelton told investigators that a man named Mose Gingrich, who appeared on the reality series Amish in the City, could help locate his sons. Gingrich cooperated with the investigation and met with Skelton at Bellamy Creek Correctional Facility in Michigan, though Gingrich said that he had never heard of the boys prior to his name being brought up in the case. So I bet he was really happy that the Skelton brought up his name in all this mess. So it says Skelton notably did not ask Gingrich anything regarding his missing sons during this meeting. Gingrich told WDIV in 2018, quote, "John Skelton has told himself and the world so many lies and so many falsehoods over the last 7 years that he has come to believe most of them," end quote. So once again, in March of 2025, Lenawee County Judge Catherine Sala granted Tanya, the mother's petition to have her sons declared legally deceased, and it came with a caveat that it was not proven that the boys were the victims of a homicide. So, Miami-based personal injury attorney Jason Turkin told A&E Crime, quote, "In a criminal case, a death certificate may be admissible to prove that a person is deceased, but it doesn't necessarily show how a person might have died." So they're saying, yeah, they are deceased, but it doesn't show if it was homicide, accident, whatever. He added that many states do have a waiting period of at least 5 years before one can be sought. He said, quote, "A lot of times you can still prove a person is deceased or was killed based on circumstantial evidence like witness testimony forensic evidence, or phone records, end quote. At the time the boys were deemed deceased, investigators revealed grim details about the case to not only convince the court that the Skelton brothers were deceased, but that their father was the one that took their lives. FBI agent Corey Burris testified that Skelton conducted internet searches about, so trigger warning once again. So FBI agent Corey Burris testified that Skelton conducted internet searches about how to break a neck and whether rat poison was odorless. Oh my God. Burris also said that Skelton left a self-harm note to Tanya in which he wrote, quote, "You will hate me," end quote. And the note heavily implied that he had taken the lives of his sons, according to Burris. So when Selah declared the Skelton brothers legally deceased, she said that the evidence offered did not, quote, "present clear and convincing evidence that John Skelton unalived these children," end quote. The judge continued, quote, "The information provided in this trial provides ample opportunity for speculation and theories, but to make such a finding, the court would only be joining those voices offering such speculation and theory, given the lack of information," end quote. Gould calls prosecuting no body homicides, which is basically just like it says, charging somebody with homicide even though they have not found any bodies. They said it was very difficult and notes that it requires establishing, quote, "evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. It's an uphill battle to definitively prove that he unalived the boys," end quote. So in November of 2025, Skelton was charged in Lenawee County with 3 counts of open homicide and tampering with evidence. It remains unclear what specific evidence led to the criminal charges, but a judge set his bond at $60 million. Michigan State Police stated in the affidavit that multiple proof of life checks yielded no sign of Alex, Andrew, or Tanner. A preliminary hearing was pushed back from March to May of 2026. Due to the breadth of information in the case. So apparently the preliminary hearing is going to be sometime next month, May of 2026. Tanya, the mom, issued a statement, said in the statement issued to A&E Crime Investigation, quote, "This development marks a significant moment in a long and painful journey. I want to express my gratitude to the law enforcement agencies and prosecutors who have worked tirelessly over the years to seek justice for my sons," end quote. So that is the latest. Like I said, I don't know if you guys might have already known this, but I just happened to come across it when it came up. This article came up in my news feed. I mean, I knew that they had always suspected him, and that they had arrested him for the kidnapping and the other things and sentenced him to 10 to 15 years. And they said he was just mere weeks away from being released from prison after serving time for the kidnapping charges. And then before he was let out, that's when they went ahead and charged him with the homicide charges. So thank goodness for that, because I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he would have had the means to, but it's possible that if he had been released from prison, he could have ran and they would have never found him. Now, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. He would have had to have had the means to run and disappear, but it's happened before in these kind of cases. All right, so I just wanted to share that with y'all. Let me get back in your comments right quick. I think we just have a couple more stories. We got the Christina Plante story to go over. That is a whole. I have so many questions. I think that's the next one. Yeah, the Christina Plante. I have so many questions after some of the new information, because it came out that she'd been found alive. some 30 something years later, and that she was alive and well, and that they said that she had ran away. She had, went missing voluntarily. Something about her home life, that she didn't like where she was living. But now a whole bunch, I found an article, whole bunch of other stuff has come to light that makes me question every single thing. And once again, I'm not blaming the victim, or the missing now found person, but well, what I read, and I have an article and a video. But yeah, I have so many questions about this. But once again, before I get into it, let me get caught up some on your comments. I see, oh, Josh is here. I see Josh. Let me get caught up a little bit here. Let me see. Yep, Nicole said it's just sad. Absolutely. Mustang, or going back to the Skelton Brothers, Mustang said, I hope he tells where they are at least. I don't know. Maybe I do too, but I just don't know if he will or not. Because I mean, they were going through. I'm sorry if you hear my vape. I have my loud vape tonight. They were going through the divorce, the custody battle. It said that he didn't want the mom to have custody of them because she had some SA charges dealing with a 14-year-old. And then I think it said the mom didn't want John, the father, to have custody because he was a long haul truck driver and wasn't around. So, I mean, I don't know if he would not ever tell her just out of spite. You know what I'm saying? Just, I hate that. You know what? I'm never going to tell her where they're at, just out of spite. I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully something, whatever higher power or something, will touch his heart, and he might eventually at some point tell where they are, but I don't know. I'm not going to hold my breath. I will hope and pray that he does, but I'm not going to hold my breath. There is Josh, where lavender grows. He said, I didn't think you'd still be alive. How could you say that? My lives are like 3-4 hours long. Oh, we're almost at 3 hours now. Anyway, but it's good to have you here, Josh. Like you said, he had just got back from an event. What kind of event were you at, Josh? Yeah, it says you just got back from an event. I hope your event went well. Nicole said he's a monster too. You talking about Josh? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You talking about John Skelton here? All right. So I think that is all I had on that. So we will keep our eyes on. So they said they were going to have the preliminary hearing sometime next month, sometime in May. So I'll try to remember to keep tabs on that to see what comes of that. Sorry if you hear me drinking out of my cup. All right. So next we have this Christina Plante situation. So, I'm trying to decide if I want to play the video first or I think I'm going to play the video first, and it's only about 2.5 minutes long. Because it's an interview with actually the LE that actually got in touch with Christina, the now grown, I think 44-year-old Christina, and what Christina told this officer, this law enforcement. And then we will get to, let me get the article loading. to the article that goes into more detail that I have a lot of questions about. A lot of it concerning LE and how they handled it and what they might and probably did know back then, but just kind of let it go. Hold on one second. All right, so let me bring the video up. Like I said, I think it's only about well, no, it might be longer, maybe about 5 minutes. And I think it's Jesse Weber, I believe, interviewing this law enforcement. And then I will be back. Make sure I play the right video. All right.
1994, 13-year-old Christina Marie Plante left her home in Star Valley, Arizona. It's a small town northeast of Phoenix. She was headed out on foot to a stable where her horse was kept, and that was the last time anyone saw her. Her disappearance was described as suspicious, and she was considered endangered. Missing person flyers flooded the area, describing Christina as having blue eyes and dark blonde hair. Last seen wearing a white T-shirt, multicolored shorts, and black tennis shoes. Search teams scoured the area, and her case was entered into the National Missing Child databases with flyers spread all statewide across the country. Years passed, decades passed. Investigators continued to re-examine the evidence and pursue new leads, and still nothing. Until this week, after 32 years, a breakthrough. You see, the Gila County Sheriff's Office announces that Christina Marie Plante has been found and is alive. Now, investigators say they've confirmed her identity and credit the breakthrough to their cold case unit and evolving technology. But here's where the case takes another turn. Authorities didn't say where Christina was found or what happened to her. Tonight, that's going to change. My next guest was the cold case unit captain who made contact with Christina. Says Christina said she ran away all those years ago with the help of a family member. Jamie Garrett is a captain of criminal investigations for Gila County in the cold case unit. Joins us now exclusively. Thank you for taking the time. How'd you find her?
Basically, we put new technology to work. Back then in 1994, we didn't have the technology that we have today. We had new law enforcement databases that basically are only unique to law enforcement these days. We didn't have the technology back then, cell phones, anything like that. So no social media platforms back then. In the original case file that I looked over, she had handwritten notes to friends. That was their form of social media back then. So one of the things you do when you first review a cold case to see if you're able to apply any of these new techniques is basically you read through the old investigative profile to see if you can apply any of the techniques. And we looked and we're like, well, they never found a body. So never found any remains, anything like that. So we wanted to apply some of these new techniques to see if we could find somebody that matched her description.
And it worked. And my understanding is you speak to her on the phone. What did she say? What happened during that conversation?
Well, basically, I wasn't, because with the long time that had passed, obviously she had changed her name because she got married. And so I wasn't sure if I had the correct person. So basically, when I called, I had to leave a message, basically. So she called me back, and I introduced myself. I basically said, I'm hoping that you're my missing person. And I said, this is what I have. I believe you're the missing person. Did you ever live in Arizona, specifically Star Valley?
Right.
And I started mentioning some of the details, and she basically confirmed on the phone that, yes, I am her.
And what was the why? What was the why? Why'd she run away?
Well, I guess she wasn't happy with where she was living and who she was living with, and she ran away. And I was dumbfounded. I was like, oh my gosh, okay, so you ran away. I told her, I said, we were under the impression that somebody kidnapped you. It was deemed a criminal offense.
I guess the question is, how does a 13-year-old run away and seemingly stay hidden for so long?
Well, I guess she had the help of other family members that she must have had some type of communication with. I mean, because I had asked her that question. I'm like, well, how did you leave? And she's like, well, what do you mean? I walked out the front door. And I'm like, well, that's not what I meant.
Right.
I meant, you know, how did you leave Arizona? So she was not willing to want to go there. She didn't really want to tell me the details.
So she didn't even tell you what was the problem that made her want to leave?
No, not really. She said that was a long time ago. That was an old life. You know, she's now, since, like you said, she's 44 years old. She's in her adult life. She has her family now. You know, that's not something she even thinks about. So,
do you know if there's other family members looking for her that want a resolution?
No, I don't think so, because the way she made it sound is she was with an undisclosed family member that she left with.
Okay. And again, nothing in your investigation determined that there was a crime or that give you an indication why she would have left?
No, other than she really wasn't happy where she was at.
Wow. What a development. Let me just tell you, excellent police work. This is an incredible moment. We will see what happens next. And it doesn't sound like she wants to give more inclination or more explanation about what happened. But Captain, incredible work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so that is, get my slideshow back here. Part of the story. So you notice that in that interview with that law enforcement officer, she didn't go so far as to name. She just said she didn't like the members of the family that she was living with. She had help from another member of the family. Well, as it turns out, this other member of her family that helped her disappear was her mother. Her mother. So apparently, and I'm not saying any of this to blame Christina, the victim. We don't victim blame. Just explaining the situation. So apparently, and I have an article from People magazine that I'm going to read. So apparently, I guess her mother and father were getting a divorce. I guess she was living with the father, or was going to live with the father. She didn't want to live with the father. She wanted to live with the mother. So apparently the mother and daughter, Christina and her mother, jumped on a plane and either went to another state or even out of the country. So let me read this article. It'll go into a little bit more detail. And then, like I said, I have lots of questions and concerns about this and how it was handled. So once again, this is from people.com. As always, all the links to the online sources I use are in the description box. So read them at your leisure if you so wish. And this article is from April 3rd of this year, 2026. A teen found alive decades after vanishing. Teen found alive decades after vanishing actually flew out of state with mom amid custody battle, according to investigators. So Arizona officials said that they were left dumbfounded to find that Christina Plante, who is now a 44-year-old woman, who is living with her own family, she has a family of her own now, under a new name. Sorry, these ads are popping up. So the unusual case of Christina Marie Plante got more unusual this week, only days after Arizona authorities announced that she had been found safe more than 3 decades after vanishing, quote, without a trace from Star Valley in May of 1994. The statement by the Healy County Sheriff's Office spawned national headlines, which officials there saying they had been left dumbfounded to find that after all these years, Plante was a 44-year-old woman living with her own family under a new name, having voluntarily left home. The truth was, in fact, just a bit more complicated, but had already been well known. But so listen to this carefully. So the truth was, in fact, a bit more complicated, but had already been well known by law enforcement back in the 1980s, according to one of the original investigators on the case now says. So please let me know if you are comprehending this the same way I am, reading this the same way I am. that back when she went missing in the 90s, 94, that law enforcement, or at least some members of law enforcement, were aware that Christina had left with her mom, possibly going out of state, possibly out of the country, and they just said, okay, she's fine, she's with mom. We're just going to let it go with that. Does that sound right to you guys? So a former Gila County Sheriff's Deputy, Terry Hudgens, told NBC News that Plante, who went by Tina, was in a custody battle and wanted to live with her mom and not her father. So the teen met up with her mother while heading to her stable to see her horse back in 1994, and the pair left Arizona on a flight. He said that flight they may have even flown out of the country, not just out of the state. So they say that Christina was found to be safe at the time, according to Hudgens, though the sheriff's office maintains her case was never officially resolved until recently. So once again, they knew, apparently, that she and her mother got onto a plane, possibly out of the country, said, okay, she's safe. They said she was found to be, they considered her found to be safe at the time. So they said, okay, we're just going to leave it at that. But then they said, the case was never officially resolved until now, when they actually found her. I'm telling you guys, I don't understand this. There's got to be some kind of legal something somewhere that's not right about this, about how they handle this. So Chief Deputy James Lottie told NBC, quote, "We are still in the process of looking into what happened, and as new information develops, we will be providing updates," end quote. So in an updated statement on Friday, April 3rd, Gila Sheriff J. Adam Shepard said that Plante had been first reported missing by an uncle. So I wonder what the father thought about this this whole time. So the uncle, she'd been reported missing by the uncle, or an uncle. At the time, authorities traced a vehicle suspected to be involved in her disappearance to a nearby hotel. And, quote, "Deputies believe that Christina may have been taken by her non-custodial parent, her mother," end quote. And then according to the statement, it says, quote, "But that information could not be verified at the time," end quote. So Christina was only just located through the use of current technology, according to the sheriff. He says, quote, she is living within the United States. However, she was not willing to cooperate with investigators regarding the circumstances of her disappearance, end quote. Captain Jamie Garrett with the sheriff's office said on News Nation on Thursday, April 2nd, that so I think that was the one that was in the video, said that she was able to reach Plante by phone after tracking her down as an adult. Garrett said, quote, "I was dumbfounded." So basically what she said in the video, she was dumbfounded. She was like, "Oh my gosh, so you ran away?" I told her, "We were under the impression that somebody kidnapped you. It was deemed a criminal offense." Garrett said, quote, "I guess that Christina, was not happy with where she was living and who she was living with, and she ran away," end quote. A few details have been shared about how Christina was found and where, with the sheriff's office citing her desire for privacy. Yeah, I understand her need for, her right to privacy, but man, her and the mama, in my opinion, got some explaining to do. I mean, you look at all the, her father, I'm assuming her father cared about her, or he wouldn't be fighting for custody of her. all the worry and the anguish that the father and other family members, the uncle that reported her missing, went through, not knowing where she was, all the time, the money, the resources that were expended using taxpayer dollars to look for her. And then all this time she, and then apparently law enforcement kind of knew what happened and they didn't say anything all this time. Do you guys not find that kind of infuriating and strange like I do? I'm sure you do. Yeah, just not kosher here. Okay, I lost my place again. She, her desire for privacy, blah blah blah. Garrett told News Nation, quote, she said that was a long time ago. That was an old life. She's in her adult life. She has her family now, and that's not something that she even thinks about, end quote. So she's saying she doesn't think about her own life, her dad, her other family. She just wants to forget it. Once again, I don't want to make it sound like I'm blaming the victim, but I'm not. But geez Louise. So initially her disappearance from Star Valley was classified as endangered and under, suspicious circumstances. Gila County authorities first announced on Wednesday, April 1st, that there, quote, had been a successful resolution in Plante's case following a breakthrough that they credited to the work of a cold case unit, new leads, new technology, and other techniques. When Plante went missing, the sheriff's office said, quote, extensive search efforts were conducted involving local law enforcement, volunteers, and regional resources. So this is where the time, the effort, the money was put in from the searches, from the local law enforcement, volunteers, regional resources. She was listed in National Missing Children databases, but her case eventually went cold, according to the sheriff's office. So after thanking investigators, researchers, and others who contributed to locating Plante, the sheriff's office said that out of respect for her privacy and well-being, additional details would not be released. The sheriff's office said that answers in Plante's case show their commitment to solving enduring mysteries and, quote, bringing long-awaited answers to families and communities, end quote. The sheriff's office had not responded to people's requests for further comment, and Plante and her relatives could not be reached. So am I just being over dramatic or over, what is it Ms. Z says, my righteous indignation with how this all was handled? I mean, come on, especially if now it would have been different. This is all just my opinion and my soapbox and my ranting right now, but it would have been different if police just had no clue. They actually thought that she had been, possibly just ran away and something happened to her or abducted. But apparently, if I'm reading it right, they basically knew from the beginning, hey, the parents are going through a divorce. She doesn't want to live with her father. She wants to go with her mother. So the mother and daughter hopped on a plane, possibly to another country. And they're just like, okay, she's safe. She's been deemed to be safe. So we're just going to let it stand at that. Am I wrong in thinking that there's just something that's just not really, really right about that? Like I said, look at all the resources that, the volunteers' time that they gave, the resources that were used from, taxpayers' money. Anyway. So once again, I don't know if StreamYard will come back up on my computer. I lost it again, so I'm going to have to read the comments from my phone. So bear with me really quickly. And I think we have one more, the Brian Shaffer case to go over, and then we will be done. Let me get down to where I left off at, if I can find it. Okay. Yeah, Nicole had said, but why not speak after you turn 18? Well, apparently she didn't want to have anything to do with, and I can understand. I can understand her right to privacy, to her, whatever. And I don't know, she didn't, as far as we know, that's been released publicly, we don't know why she didn't want to be with her father. Maybe she just didn't get along with him, as a teenager. Maybe, I don't know. But at least after they left and went to wherever they went to, New Mexico, or no, she disappeared from New Mexico, wherever they went to. It didn't say where they're at now or where she's at now. Yeah, at least when she turned 18 or even before, she could have called her father or other family members and not disclosed where she was, but say, hey, I'm with mom, I'm safe, don't worry about me. Let the police, called the police and said, I'm with mom, I'm safe. Apparently the police already knew. And then they wouldn't, but why, but why did they still do all these searches if they knew? Why did they still expend all these energy and time and money on all these searches if they basically knew that she was with mom somewhere? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Josh says it is weird, especially with her mother, unless we consider perhaps something sus was going on. See, that's what I'm saying. It could have been that she didn't want to live with the father because something not so good was going on. And that's fine and dandy, but I don't know. As far as I know, that I've read, nothing like that was brought up if they even made it to, I don't even know if it made it to court or she disappeared before they went to court. They could have brought that up in court if something, not so good was going on with the dad. They could have done that. That might have had some bearing on who got custody, of her. Unless like I said, unless they were just too scared to say anything. I don't know. That's absolutely a possibility. We don't know. We don't know a whole lot, except that apparently she left with mom, and apparently the police or some law enforcement knew and just said, "Oh, okay, she's fine. We're not going to tell anybody that. Yeah, she's fine. She left with her mom." Or maybe they couldn't say it because that would have meant that that was illegal to take off with your kid in the middle of a custody battle, especially if you even went out of state, much less out of the country. That would explain it too. Could the mom have been charged with something? I'm assuming she could have been for taking her during the custody hearing. Anyway. Josh, are you talking about still referring back to the dad? Josh says, could they have told Ellie more but chose not to pursue charges? Possible. I don't know. Let's see how to put this without YouTube flagging me. So now I know in DV cases, if one of the parties alleges that the spouse or significant other alleges DV, the police have no choice. If they have signs, bruises, whatever, police have no choice. They have to take what they call the aggressor, the offender. They have to arrest them. I don't know if it's like that if somebody makes allegations of SA abuse. It's probably a whole different thing. I don't know. But that is a good question. Josh says he's smelling something sus. Nicole also. Josh says something sus they can't quite prove. That possible. Yeah, because it didn't, at least publicly, everything that's released, it didn't say why. Maybe my StreamYard's coming back up on my computer. Maybe. didn't say why Christina didn't want to live with her father. Was it so? It could have been that there was something not so good going on, or it could be that she was, okay, if I stay with dad, I don't get to do anything. I don't get to have any fun. You know how teenagers are. He won't let me do anything, but mom does. She lets me have fun and go out and do whatever I want to. It could have been either one of those cases. I mean, I don't know. Hey, my computer came back up. Let me see if it'll work. Mustang is good. Is that coming up? Yeah, Mustang's got her red flags. Nicole says, "No, you're not wrong, Southern gal." I know. I was just thinking, there's just something wrong with how this whole thing was handled. What is this thing that has popped up in front of my chat? I cannot see. Anyway, Josh says, I suppose barring any new information, we have to respect the decision not to pursue anything legal or share more information. Yeah. I don't know what this thing. My computer is. I'm gonna have to take my laptop to my nephew and say, here, fix it, because it's popping up again that it needs to do updates, but doesn't have enough room on the disk to do updates. And anyway, I don't know how to get this, whatever this is, to go away, but it's right in front of the chat on the computer. All right, so that is, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm very, very thankful that Christina has been found. She is safe. She's living her best life, apparently. She has a family of her own. She just wants to be left alone. I can respect it and understand that. But man, still lots of questions and concern. I mean, just about the whole thing. I might be fixing to lose my laptop again. Anyway, all right, so we have one more. Brian Shaffer. Let's see. So let me see what I had on him. So like I said, I believe in March, it has been 20 years since Brian Shaffer's mysterious disappearance. Very mysterious. Oh, of course, you're having trouble connecting. Now I lost my tabs. Hold on, I gotta find my tabs again. Come on. Well, I'm waiting for it to load. Josh says, I wonder if there were religious connotations or differences. Speaking of dad, not alone this or that. I've heard of similar situations in other missing cases. That's a possibility. Absolutely. But see, I just don't understand more. I'm more so aggravated with the police that, they knew apparently, and they just didn't. I mean, you would have think that they would have had some kind of obligation to let the public know, or at the very least, well, the public too, because you had volunteers, regular citizens volunteering, looking for her, using like I said before, taxpayer resources to do these searches and things. But you would look like that the law enforcement would have had some kind of obligation to let them know, hey, she's either left willingly with her non-custodial parent. We're trying, we're working things out. We're trying to get things resolved, get them back, get the custody battle solved. But apparently they're just like, she's fine. We're just going to let her, go with mom. I don't know, something about it that when I found that out, just irritates me to no end. Man, I might have to close out StreamYard. To get my articles to come up. What does it do? Hold on, I might have to start a new tab. Start all over again here. Maybe. There we go. Bear with me 1 second. See if it's going to come up. I just closed that StreamYard on my computer. Well, we might get to Brian and we might not. It's working. It's trying. Nicole said it is irritating because if Dad did that, it likely would be going differently. Exactly. Yeah. What if it was reversed? What if what if Christina had said, and once again, we're not blaming Christina for anything. She was a teenager. What if she wanted to stay with Dad instead of Mom? And then so she and Dad took off. There would have been I'm telling you, there would have been a manhunt and a half. And this thing agrees, yeah. There would have been a manhunt and a half, I'm telling you. Oh, come on. Once again, my article's not loading. Bear with me. I know I say that a lot. Bear with me. I don't know what my computer is doing that it slowed down all of a sudden. My farm signal is, well, I still got 3 bars on my phone. And I'm running out of something to drink. Oh, God, don't tell me you can't reach the page. Try again. Try harder. I know I'm getting loopy. Ooh, been here 3.5 hours. I don't know. We may have to say Brian's for, because nothing's coming up now. Josh says, I follow Brian's story for years. I know, me too. It's just so bizarre. And that's what I'm so frustrated now that nothing will come up on my computer. Nothing will load. They've been loading all night. Come on. So while we're waiting, oh, is it coming? It's trying. So Monday we'll be back again with our missing person Monday, and so we did we did Louisiana, Baton Rouge, this week. So we'll have to see what we're gonna do, what city, state we're gonna do next week. That is a good. We may have to do that. Josh says you could do a whole live on just Brian's case. We may have to do that because nothing. I got blank screens here now. I got blank screens. Nothing is loading, so we may do that the next time I get a chance. So I may. Let's see. So I won't be able to do a live stream Friday. Tomorrow night, me and my mom are going to see Wicked, the stage play. Tomorrow night. It'll be the second time we saw it. It came here to Little Rock a few years ago. Enjoyed it immensely. I have read the books, the Wicked books, series of books. So we're doing that tomorrow. Yep, I think we may just have to end here with Christina's story because nothing. I've got nothing. I've got nothing. Nothing now. Nothing's loading. I'm gonna try one more time. If it doesn't load, then we're gonna call it a night. And yes, Josh says sounds like your computer is a true crime. It is. I'm fixing to commit true crime on my computer because I'm fixing to throw it against the wall. mean, I did have a video that will play, but oh my God, it came up. Okay, hallelujah. All right, quickly, here we go. This is from people.com, and it came out April 1st of this year. Brian Shaffer walked into a bar 20 years ago and was never seen again, revisiting his bizarre disappearance. Right, bear with me. Here we go. So it has been 20 years since Brian Shaffer suddenly vanished without a trace after meeting up with friends at a bar, and his case has remained unsolved ever since. The 27-year-old was on his way to becoming a doctor. He had a girlfriend, Alexis Wagner, and he was about to jet off on a vacation to Florida, according to the Columbus Monthly. Behind the scenes, Shaffer was coping with the loss of his mother, who had passed away from cancer just 3 weeks prior, and he was reportedly planning on proposing to his girlfriend Alexis. So after a week of studying, Shaffer joined his dad, Randy, for dinner at a local steakhouse before meeting up with a friend to go bar hopping, according to the Columbus Monthly. Wagner, Alexis, who's the girlfriend, later said that he called her and told her that he was looking forward to their trip, which was just days away. In the early hours of April 1st, Shaffer arrived at the Ugly Tuna Saloona. Once again, that not making light of the situation, but the Ugly Tuna Saloona is the best name for a bar that I've ever heard. Anyway, so he arrived at the Ugly Tuna Saloona with two friends. They spent the next hours mingling with others and watching a band perform. Just before the bar's 2 a.m. closing, Shaffer was spotted for the last time on security cameras re-entering the bar after he had been chatting outside with two women. Police have spent nearly 2 decades looking for the medical student who vanished in plain sight with nothing but the clothes on his back. His brother Derek told Mail magazine, quote, the police were just as confused as the rest of us. They did everything they could to try and find my brother, end quote. So what did happen to Brian Shaffer 20 years ago? Here is everything to know about his disappearance. Brian was raised in a small suburb just outside of Columbus, Ohio. He was born in 1979. He was the older of his parents, Randy and Renee's two children. He graduated high school in the late 90s. He went on to attend Ohio State University. In 2003, he finished his undergraduate degree in microbiology. He then enrolled in the OSU College of Medicine. And that is when he met his girlfriend, Alexis, who is a fellow medical student. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know if I'm going to read all this because we're low on time. And this is just, so he already went through his white coat ceremony. He was on his way to becoming a doctor. They said that Brian was very funny, very charismatic, very outgoing. They said he could be a little stubborn at times. While a career in medicine was in his future, friends said that Shaffer also desired a more laid-back lifestyle. He played music. He loved Pearl Jam. He had dreams of starting a band and living on an island, according to Mail magazine. He had also spent extended time in Puerto Rico, according to Sergeant John Hurst. Shaffer's second year of studies proved to be challenging as his mother was diagnosed with, I'm going to butcher this, myelodysplasia, which is a rare form of cancer. So just 3 weeks before Brian went missing, his mother did pass away. Although it was a difficult time, Sergeant Hurst was told by Brian's friends that they did not believe that he was depressed or experiencing self-harm thoughts. So in the days and weeks that followed, Brian reportedly focused on his approaching medical school exams before taking time off for spring break. So the disappearance, what happened on the night that Brian went missing? So on March 31st, 2006, Brian had just finished studying for upcoming exams and met his father for dinner. He had also called his brother Derek, asking him to link up that evening, but he was unable to make it. And that was the last time, unfortunately, that Derek would ever hear from his brother. Looking back at dinner, Randy, his father, said that his son seemed exhausted after pulling several all-nighters to study, and he was also dealing with the grief of losing his mother. Randy shared in an E! News special, quote, "He studied so hard that month and he was ready to go on vacation. I still to this day do not know why, being tired like that, why he had to go out that night on Friday night, out to bar hopping. Despite the circumstances, Shaffer decided to kick off spring break by bar hopping with some friends. At around 11 p.m., Brian and his former roommate, Clint Florence, started the night at the Ugly Tuna Saloon near the OSU campus. Around that time, he called Wagner, who was his Alexis, his girlfriend, who was visiting her family just a few hours away. After a brief conversation, Shaffer then rejoined his friend. Alexis, his girlfriend, said, quote, "When I talked to him, he said, this is my chance to talk about you with the guys, and I love you, and I will see you in just a couple of days," end quote. Over the course of the next few hours, Shaffer and Clint visited several other bars before being joined by Clint's friend, Meredith Reed. Later, she drove the group back to the Ugly Tuna Saloon, where they arrived around 1:15 a.m. as captured by security cameras. Brian's brother Derek told Mail magazine, quote, he looked like he was having a good time. Nothing seemed off at all, end quote. Although he appeared to be in good spirits, Sergeant Hurst alleged on the Brian Shaffer Dead or Alive podcast that inside the bar, Shaffer and Clint got into a verbal argument. See, that's one of the theories, is that, he and Clint had gotten into this argument, and then sometime after that, Clint had done something to Brian. So during that hour at the bar, Brian also met up with two women, and around 1:55 a.m., the group was seen talking outside of the bar. In the minutes that followed, Brian turned around and headed back inside the bar, and he was never seen again. So when was Brian reported missing? When the bar closed at around 2 a.m. on the morning of April 1st, Brian was nowhere to be found. Both Clint and Meredith attempted to locate Brian inside the bar. They called him, but they were unable to get in touch. Figuring that Brian had headed to his apartment on his own, they then drove home themselves. That afternoon, Alexis, the girlfriend, also attempted to call Brian, but it went straight to voicemail. At the time, she says that she figured that he was, quote, probably sleeping, but grew concerned when she hadn't heard from him the following day. On the morning of April 2nd, she reached out to Brian's father, who had not heard from his son either. According to Mail magazine, Randy went to check Brian's apartment. He found it untouched. Brian's car was there. His bed was made. His medical books were neatly placed on the shelves. The next day, Brian failed to show up at the airport for his flight to Florida with the girlfriend. At that point, a police report was filed. The authorities quickly became involved, and Brian was officially listed as a missing person. So we move on to the investigation. So the search immediately began for the missing college student, with family, friends, and police scouring the area surrounding the bar where Brian was last seen. They retraced his last known steps. They checked hospitals. They checked homeless shelters, as well as a construction site. So this construction site has also come up in the many numerous theories. So they checked the construction site near the bar and the shores of the Olentangy or Olentangy. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. River. So Alexis, who's the girlfriend, told the Columbus Dispatch in 2016, quote, we made missing persons posters, and we started hanging them all over the place. Then from there, we just started searching everywhere. We looked up and down the Olentangy River. We looked in every dumpster that there was on campus. I was very brokenhearted and just very scared, end quote. Early on in the investigation, security footage from Brian's time at the Ugly Tuna Saloon was uncovered. While he was spotted arriving at the bar, as well as standing outside around closing time, he was last seen seemingly re-entering the establishment around 1:55 a.m. Although there were security cameras at accessible exit points, Brian was never spotted leaving the bar. So in this video that I'm going to show, I think it does give you a kind of an idea. So the bar was actually inside of a building that had like many different, I don't know if they were like stores or something, but you went like inside the building, kind of like a mall, how you go inside the mall and it has all these different stores. So you went inside the building, you went up the escalator, and then into the bar, the Ugly Tuna Saloon. So the last time he was seen was heading to go back into the bar, it was actually still inside the bigger building where the bar was, if that makes any sense. So according to authorities, Brian's only other possible exit was through an area of the building that was under construction. While it would have been difficult to navigate, especially while intoxicated, it did remain a possibility. But Detective Jessica Cooper told E! News that cadaver dogs did not definitively pick up any traces of Brian there or anywhere else around the bar. On top of that, security cameras at nearby bars likely would have captured him, but no footage was ever found that featured Brian, according to Mail magazine. Those who were with Shaffer on the night of his disappearance were interviewed. Bar staff was interviewed. The two women in the security footage that he was seen talking to was interviewed. The band was even interviewed, but investigators came up empty. Altogether, over 100 people were interviewed, according to Sergeant Hurst. Months passed with no leads on the case. Detectives even briefly toyed, so here we go again, even briefly toyed with the internet theory that Shaffer may have been a victim of the so-called smiley face killer, who is said to prey on intoxicated college-age men in the Midwest, per the Columbus Monthly. So whenever anything like this happens, inevitably the smiley face offender or offenders, whatever the case may be, is always going to be brought up. So although investigators received many tips, some were hoaxes and others did not lead to any developments. 6 months after Brian's disappearance, Alexis, his girlfriend, thought that she made a break in the case. So this is weird, but then again, it could be just a glitch, like they said. So after calling Brian's phone every night for months and only getting his voicemail, she said one night the phone actually rang. When authorities reached out to the cell phone company, they learned that the phone had pinged a tower in the nearby town of Hilliard, but it was probably a glitch. So I don't know. So I don't know how far away this town of Hilliard was, but why would it ping on a tower in Hilliard? But I said, it could have been a glitch, which is entirely possible. Still interesting. So in 2008, investigators faced another dead-end lead. In September of that year, Randy, who was Brian's dad, unfortunately passed away in a freak accident where he was hit by a tree in his yard during a storm. So this is another thing that's always, brought up in this case. So in the wake of Randy's death, a note was left on his online obituary that read, quote, "Dad, I love you. Love, Brian." And then in parentheses, it says U.S. Virgin Islands. So authorities found eventually that source was a hoax. It was deemed a hoax. So it says there have been no major developments in the case since then, but as of 2021, the Bureau of Criminal Investigation did release an age progressed photo. So was Brian ever found? No. So as of 2025, Shaffer has not been found. Excuse me. Columbus police continue to receive tips about his potential whereabouts, but none have ever led to answers about the case. Authorities have not shared their official theories about Brian's disappearance, but Sergeant Hurst, who is now retired, has shared his conclusions about the case. Sergeant Hurst said, quote, "I don't believe it was self-harm. Most people who do that want to be found. They don't want to be left laying somewhere. Was he abducted? Everything that we looked at so far does not give us any indication that he was abducted." He continued, quote, "And then could he have left on his own?" Sergeant Hurst says, absolutely. He had a lot going on, the death of his mother, the pressure of thinking about getting engaged, his college exams, and just all kinds of things going on. He may have just said, "Hey, I'm out," and just walked away. As Sergeant Hurst said, "I've had people ask me, quote, do you think he has amnesia? Did something happen to him?" And he says that is another possibility, end quote. So as of the 2019 interview, Sergeant Hurst says that, quote, he believes that there's a strong possibility that he could still be alive, end quote. So what does Brian's family believe happened to him? Promise, guys, we're almost done, I promise. So while Brian's father has now passed away, his younger brother Derek has seemingly taken a step back from search efforts, and he has not spoken out publicly in recent years. But back in 2016, Derek shared that he does not believe that his brother intentionally disappeared. He told Mail magazine, quote, he was going to do great things as a doctor. He was not into substances or anything like that. I don't think that he would just take off and never contact us again. No, he would not have done that. I'm afraid that something bad did happen and we may never find out, end quote. As for potential leads in the case, Derek said that he believes that Clint Florence, the friend, may know more than he let on. While he was allegedly cooperative with interviews with investigators at first, Clint eventually retained a lawyer who advised him to stop speaking to authorities. This is according to Sergeant Hurst, which that's not really unusual in a case like this. You know, any good lawyer is going to say, yeah, no, don't say nothing. Don't do any interviews. Don't take any polygraphs, just to be on the safe side. So that's not unusual. So Derek said, quote, I didn't know Clint very well, but I always thought something was off with him. The way he talked about my brother after he went missing, kind of in a negative way. I wouldn't expect that from someone whose friend vanished. If Clint knew something, I hope he would have shared it. I deserve to know, end quote. But they, you know, and they did say that Clint and Brian, I guess, were seen having an argument in the bar, but now that might have been nothing. Friends argue, especially when you add alcohol into the mix. Inevitably, some kind of little argument over just something stupid is going to come up. It may not have, you know, amounted to a hill of beans, or you know, could be something, could be nothing. So far, Clint has not come forward with any new information, any further information other than a 2008 statement sent by his attorney, Neil Rosenberg, to private detective Don Corbett. So he wrote, per the Lantern, and I'm assuming it's the attorney, either the attorney or the private investigator wrote this. Quote, if Brian is alive, which is what I'm led to believe after speaking with the detective involved, then it is Brian and not Clint who is causing his family pain and hardship. Brian should come forward and end this, end quote. So that must have come from the private investigator. So I don't know. And they did say, and I think in this, I've got about a 2.5 minute video where it kind of explains the way that Brian could have left the ugly tuna without being seen. Kind of explains it a little bit, which it does make sense. So, you know. So let me play that right quick, and then I will get into your comments, and then we will get out of here. Because I'm out of drink, and I'm almost out of voice. All right, let me find my... I don't know what I did with my stylus. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, so I'm going to play this. Let me take this down right quick. Where's it at? Play the video, and I will be right back. Oh, did I forget to take a... Hold on. Ooh, lots of comments have popped up. Okay. I have to take that down. Anyway, all right, here's the video, and I will be right back.
Visiting a case that has haunted Central Ohio for 2 decades now. 20 years ago, on this day, Brian Shaffer walked into an off-campus bar by the Ohio State University and was never seen again. The bizarre disappearance led investigators on tips around the world, but none of them brought them any closer to finding the OSU medical student. It's a story that has also led to many true crime podcasts and Facebook pages dedicated to solving this missing persons mystery.
So this all started in 2006, a story that I remember covering when Brian's news of his disappearance started percolating louder. Over the years, 10 TV has led the way with coverage and exclusive insight from Columbus investigators. And today, I had the chance to talk with one of the lead detectives when Brian first disappeared. That detective is now retired, but offered some new insight into surveillance cameras that we never knew.
My belief is that the construction area that was going on underneath the ugly tuna, there was a stairwell and an elevator, and that went down into that area. And there was no cameras down in that area. The doors were secured by plywood and a lock and chain. When we checked that out, you could push on the doors and easily, go in and out of the doors there. We had cadaver dogs come in. They searched that area. It was basically a dirt floor at the time. The cameras that were outside those corners, I believe somehow he managed to get out when the cameras weren't facing the door, and went out of the building.
So the possibility, John, you're saying is if he did leave in some way, met foul play outside the bar, that could have been something sadly as simple as perhaps a crime of opportunity that happened to Brian.
Exactly.
Well, today I also joined 10 TV's Colin Dorsey and Bryn Caswell to talk about the case on the big picture.
Okay, so that was just a little bit of an explanation on how... Let me find the slideshow. Of how he could have left the bar without being seen. So I think that's entirely a possibility. I mean, because I think if he was in the bar or in that big building somewhere with all the searching they've done, I think they would, my opinion, I think they would have found something, some trace of him somewhere. So, I mean, I've always thought that he did make it out somehow and either left of his own accord for whatever reason, just wanted to start a new life somewhere, or after, he did make it out of the bar, and then after that, something nefarious did happen. I mean, that's the only two, clues or the only two things that I can think of. I mean, I'm sure there are a multitude of other possibilities, but I mean, a lot has been made, like I said, out of the argument that he and Clint supposedly had or did have. Like I said, unless, punches were thrown, and even if punches were thrown, once again, like I said, you add alcohol into an argument, alcohol is never good, I did my fair share of drinking back in the day, not so much anymore, but I mean, you add alcohol to any situation and it's usually not a good thing, especially in a bar with a bunch of college kids or young people or whatever. So it could have just been some little argument over nothing that, they worked it out and they were fine. A lot has been made about these two when he went outside, not outside of the whole building, but went outside of the bar. He was seen talking to these two women, and then after he turned around, and supposedly, went back into the bar. It was never seen again. Another theory is that these two women had something to do with it, but I don't know. I think, like I said, I think he did leave the bar. Was again just my opinion. Please let me know what you think. He did leave the bar somehow, and just cameras didn't catch it because, like the guy said on the video, there are ways, places that cameras that he caught that he could have gotten out without the cameras seeing. Now whether he left of his own accord after that or, but to me, that is lowest on my list. After he left the bar, there could have been some kind of accident. I don't know if there was any bodies of water. Now there was that they did mention the construction site. So some theories say that something nefarious happened and that they had just laid the concrete. It wasn't dry yet, supposedly, and that his body, whoever did something to him, threw him in the concrete and he's in the concrete. Or, that when he was walking, maybe in a little tipsy, fell into the concrete, went under, and just was never found. There's also, the possibility that something nefarious did happen, crime, like somebody said, crime of opportunity, like the one reporter said, and just he's never been found. So it's just, I don't know. It still drives me nuts. I still want to know. Like we all do. I just still want to know what happened. I mean, just and I think there was, I remember a video came out. I can't remember when it was, but a video did come out in some other country. I don't know if it was Mexico or somewhere, of a man in Mexico, living in Mexico, looked kind of homeless. That they said that people were convinced that it was Brian. It turned out it wasn't. They found the guy and it wasn't Brian. But yeah, there's just so many theories and rabbit holes and things of that nature. I don't know. But I mean, I don't know. Unless he just had, I don't know. I go with either accident or something nefarious. I just don't get just never had the feeling that he left on his own to start a new life. Now, once again, it's entirely possible. We don't know for sure, but I mean, he was supposed to get married. He had the girlfriend. He didn't really seem to have any problems, except for, understandably, he was grieving and depressed and going through his mother passing away. But nothing that's ever been released publicly. Of course, we all know that there may be some things that law enforcement found out or family found out that they've never said publicly, but I just don't get the feeling that he just wanted to walk out of his life. I don't know. So I would narrow it down, just my opinion, to some kind of accident. It was just never found, and then something nefarious, foul play. So I don't know. I don't know. All right, so Josh has found something. Let me see if I can go back. Oh, no, don't want to do that. Try to go back to Christina's slide. Going back to Christina's case, Josh says the Daily Mail is reporting that Christina Plante's husband talked to them and indicated that her father was not alive at the time of her disappearance, and she was living with aunt and uncle. See, I'd heard an aunt and uncle mentioned too, or something I read in an article. So I don't know, maybe to mix up with, the media with how, what they were told, because, most of the things I read said that Christina didn't want to live. She wanted to live with her mom. She didn't want to live with her father. But it goes back to what we were talking about before. Maybe something was going on on with the dad, and maybe that's why she was with the aunt and uncle. I mean, but why wouldn't she be with the mother? You would think that she would be with the mother if that was the case. Yeah, I read that too. Josh said her aunt and uncle apparently had custody of Christina. Maybe that's why the uncle was the one that reported her missing. Yeah, just lots of strange, yeah, very interesting. Just a bunch of strange stuff with that case. Josh says the Daily Mail also suggests that Christina is now her mother's court-appointed guardian since a Parkinson's diagnosis. That's sad. Hey, Miss PJ, welcome. I may be behind. I don't know how far I'm behind I am in comments. I'm not too. I'm about 10 minutes behind. That's it. Good to see you, Miss PJ. Okay, so going back to Brian, let me see, I can advance the photo back. Josh says Brian's phone pinged, I think, outside that bar by a couple of blocks. See, and that wouldn't be too unusual to me. So, we'll say he made it out of the bar. He just wasn't seen leaving the bar. He walks a couple of blocks. Something happens, either accident. I wonder if there's any bodies of water around. Now, I'm not buying into the smiley face thing, but if there wasn't any bodies around, if he was, had been drinking, if he was, walking, he could have fallen into a body of water. And I guess, and also always found it strange that when his girlfriend said his girlfriend Alexis called every night, just, the one time it ringed, it had never rang before. It just went straight to voicemail apparently. But that one night they said it did ring, and then they pinged it to a cell tower somewhere. I can't, in Hilliard or something. But they said that could have been a glitch. But if it wasn't a glitch, that would be very interesting. I don't know how far away Hilliard is from the ugly tuna Soluna. Oh yeah, there was the river, the Olentangy. Once again, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Josh says not to perpetuate the smiley face theory, but I wonder if any efforts were made to search the Olentangy River. I'm wondering too. I would assume, is that very close to the bar where they were at? So that would be if the river was close, or if he was walking home, because I don't know if he had his vehicle there or if he had ridden with Clint and Meredith, and they left. So if the Olentangy River or any other bigger bodies of water, if he was walking home, if he encountered any bodies of water between the tuna and home that he could have accidentally fallen into, had been drinking, a little bit tipsy, maybe fell into it. That would make sense to me. Exactly. That's what it reminds me of. Josh says, if an accident, I could see a Raleigh strain like situation with the river. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, guys, I think I am caught up, and I think that was what we had. All right, we've been on here 4 hours. Ooh, that's a long time for a Wednesday night. Usually that's like a Friday night, but I appreciate everybody that was here. Thank you so much. I always appreciate everybody who comes in chat, all the good discussion, thoughts, theories, questions. You guys are always so smart with your questions and your thoughts and your theories. We appreciate our lurkers. Thank you to the lurkers. Thank you to replay crew. Yeah, and Josh says in 2000, if I can read it. Why can't I read it? 2006 cameras were present, not as much today. That is true. Thank you to everybody watching Replay Crew. Once again, if you are a Replay Crew, leave me a comment down below to let me know. And even if you were here in chat, once the live ends, please do leave a comment. It does help the algorithm. If you're new here, if you happen to come across this, if you're new here and you would like to learn more about missing persons cases, unsolved cold cases, which is our main priority here, please consider subscribing if I can get it out. If you can help, if you'd like to help, donate to the channel so we can keep bringing you the videos and things. You can find the donation links in the about section of the channel. Absolutely understand. Times are hard. And just as important things you can do, like the video, share the video, leave comments. You can also, if anybody has figured out how to do the hype thing, you can hype the video. It doesn't cost anything. I'm still unsure exactly how it works, but apparently if you hype a video, it kind of maybe pushes it out to more people. So if you can use your hype points to hype a video of mine or a live stream, very much appreciated. So once again, we'll be back Monday night, and I will have to see, I'll get it scheduled, have to see what city, state we're doing next. So I'm going to quit babbling now. Let me do some multitasking. Well, let me, hold on, I see some. Thank you, Mustang. Absolutely appreciate you. Thank you, Miss Farr. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody. Thank you, Miss Paula, Mr. Cole, and Josh. Did it come up? There he is. $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. Hold on. No, I don't want to end the live. And on that note, hold on, let me go. So just to cover once again, as Miss Stormy has been a member for 1 month. Doodles and Gray has been a member for 16 months. Doodles and Gray also gifted a Southern Gal True Crime membership, as did Miss Farr. Christina Streef has been a member for 17 months. And then once again, Josh with the $10 super sticker. Miss Nicole became a new member. Hold on. Thank you so much, Miss Nicole. Make sure I didn't miss anything. I think that is it. Okay. Let me go back to the other comments. Yeah, Miss Tyson says, welcome to the pasture, Miss Nicole. As does Far. Sorry, I'm working off my phone. My fingers are not working here. Yes, Miss Nicole loves the cow. Okay, I'm gonna stop babbling now. Like I said, we'll be back Monday. Everybody have a good rest of your week. Everybody be safe, be kind, just be a good human. That's all we can do. As Dave says, don't die. I'm stealing that from Dave. Just please don't die. And I love you guys, and I will see you Monday.